Okay, I'm going to wait just a minute for everybody to get connected here. People are still connecting. Okay, it looks like everybody who is trying to connect has connected. So we will get started. Good morning. My name is Alan Lilly. I'm the presiding hearing officer of the State Water Resources Control Board's Administrative Hearings Office. Today is December 7th, 2022, and it's just after 9 a.m. And this is the continuation of the hearing by my office, the Administrative Hearings Office, in the court's reference to the State Water Resources Control Board in City of Marina versus RMC Lonestar, which is Monterey County Superior Court case number 20 CV 001387. And with that, I'm going to ask for appearances this morning. It has been a while, a month and a half since we had our last hearing in this proceeding. So I think it'd be good to have appearances again. So we'll start. Let's go ahead and start with Marina Coast Water District. Who is appearing for Marina Coast Water District today? And Mr. Markman, if you want to talk, you have to go off mute so we can hear you.
Sorry, James Markman appearing for Marina Coast Water District this morning.
Okay, and who else?
Good morning, Mr. Lilly. Kyle Brochard appearing for Marina Coast Water District.
Okay.
Good morning, Howard Wilkins, appearing for Marina Coast Water District.
Good morning, Christina Berglund appearing for Marina Coast Water District.
Okay.
Ruth, you're on mute.
Ms. Muzine, you have to go off mute so we can hear you.
Sharing a microphone with Ms. Nelson.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, Ms. Nelson, we'll do the witnesses later. I'm just doing the attorney appearances now. So we'll get to you, but I think.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Ruth Stoner-Muzine, also from Marina Coast Water District. And I'll be sharing audio with Ms. Nelson. So it appears that I'm on mute, but I'm only on mute if she is too.
That's why I was confused. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, and who is here this morning for City of Marina?
Good morning, Skip Spalding for City of Marina.
And Joseph Malk, also for the City of Marina.
Okay. And I believe Mr. Spalding, Ms. Meisenheimer said she would not be available until next week. Is that correct?
Correct, not until Monday.
Okay, so and that's why we agreed we would do the Marina Coast Water District witnesses this week. Okay, so who is appearing on behalf of the California American Water Company, also known as CalAm?
Good morning, Bob Moore, Alan Mackins, appearing for CalAm.
Good morning, Mr. Lilly. Michael Batts from Alan Mackins, representing California American Water.
Good morning, Mr. Lilly. David Osias, also from Alan Mackins on behalf of CalAm.
Good morning, Mr. Lilly. Robert Donlin on behalf of Cal American Water Company.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Lilly. Catherine Horning with California American Water.
Okay, good. And good morning to everybody. And so for RMC Lonestar or CEMEX, Mr. Neudecker, go ahead. For some reason, I don't see a mute indication, but I still can't hear you.
With,
whatever you're doing, just make it louder. I can hear you just barely now.
Is that any better?
That is great. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. James Neudecker for RMC Pacific Materials.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I think that takes care of all the attorney appearances. We'll get to swearing in the witnesses and having the witnesses testify in a few moments. The first order of business for this morning was I did say during the last hearing that I would allow Marina Coast Water District's attorneys to make the second half of their opening statement. I do request it be limited to about 10 minutes. And I'm just assuming, Mr. Markman, you're going to be making that opening statement. I appreciate your brief, which I did read completely and in detail this morning. So you don't need to repeat what is in the brief. I have read that, but if you want to give a brief opening statement, that will be fine.
Thank you, Ms. Lilly. Yes, James Markman for Marina Coast Water District, and I will try to make this brief opening statement. What you're going to hear from our witnesses, our expert witnesses, Vera Nelson, professional engineer, Todd Kincaid, a hydrogeologist who is a model builder of long-standing and has done many, many models. And together their testimony is going to provide a factual and scientific basis for answers to the questions that were posed by the court. And I'll do this as quickly as I can. I would like to use two examples of how they're going to do it, what the answers would be. The first concerns I'm going to say the place of origin of water that's going to be pumped by the slant wells and desalinated. First thing I want to say is we say this every time. The water is all percolating groundwater, regardless of its origin, whether it was drawn into the well, into the aquifer, and then into the well from the sea or from inland. So there are two locations of origin that we're dealing with. This question, it seems to me, revolves around the 500 feet. The court's question, can it be seen with certainty that there will be not more than 500 feet per year, acre feet per year drawn into that well, groundwater drawn into that well. So the first answer to that, we think, is all the water drawn into the well is groundwater. And by admission and definition, they're going to be pumping 15 to 17,000 acre feet a year into that and through those wells. So obviously every year that's going to far exceed 500 acre feet. But there's a lot of testimony, a lot of modeling that is going to be devoted to determining the percentage of ocean water that constitutes that groundwater that's originating from the ocean, and how much originated from inland. We'll call it inland water rather than fresh water, so we don't get tripped up with all of these definitions of water based on how much water has salt content in it.
So Mr. Markman, I apologize for interrupting. I know I shouldn't do this, but there's something that's been bothering me that you may be able to, and this won't count against your 10 minutes, but the court's question, see if I have it here. You have it here. While you're on this topic, I just thought I'd just ask.
Yes.
The court's question refers to, it says it's 2, at least as I've labeled it, it's 2D. I didn't change the text, but I think I put the paragraph label on it. It says, if so, can it be said with reasonable certainty that the amount drawn by the Calam wells will not exceed 500 acre feet per year from any water source beneath the CEMEX property?
Yes.
And I think the relevant agreement talked that I can't remember the exact parties, but it was basically some of CEMEX's predecessors and Calam, refers to 500 acre feet, I think, from inland sources or something. It's not just restricted to under the CEMEX property.
Right.
And is that distinction significant? I mean, I have not talked with the judge, so I don't know why the judge referred to the CEMEX property where the agreement does not.
I think the distinction is very significant. I really think all the parties agree. It says, because it says acre feet per year, it can't really be referring to the static amount of water underneath the property when the extractions begin, because, well, you actually, Mr. Lane, remember you asked that question, and the answer was from Mr. Leffler was there's thousands of acre feet of water directly under the property when the extractions start, and pretty much that'll all be extracted in a year, if you will recall that colloquy.
I do remember that. Thank you.
So I would say that if that's what the court was referring to, and we're not taking that position, that obviously all of the groundwater we extracted in a year or maybe 2 years is going to exceed 500 acre feet. But I think what we all believe the purpose was to constrain the amount of water per year, in acre feet that could be drawn out of that, any well located on that property, whether for desalination or any other purpose. For example, our client took that to mean that that would be enough. 500 acre feet might generate housing of maybe 1,000 houses on that property. And if that happened, which it didn't, because CMEX never exercised its option to do that, then Marina Coast Water District would have been the retailer. We would have had that 500 feet to distribute on that property to serve a development. So we think in context of the entire agreement that yes, it's actually a question of how many acre feet per year may be extracted from the site.
But it's extracted from the site, even if the extraction causes water to migrate into the site from outside the site. Is that your position?
Yeah, well, our position is that the water is going, well, Mr. Leffler testified the water will disappear in a year or two that's originally under the site, and it's going to be replaced by seawater. And so some of that seawater is going to continue to be extracted along with the water inland of it. So that's what it appears to us to mean.
Okay.
So it's actually, I think there's so we had a lot of engineering and hydrology work done and lawyers looking at it and lots of modeling to determine how much of the water over time will originate from the ocean, and how much will originate inland. The idea of that being that if it originates from inland, there's no argument about it. It's obviously groundwater. There's an argument. CalAm's theory in their brief that we're trying to honestly deal with is that if they treat the water, it's excused for be treating like groundwater because it's produced water.
Okay, yeah, that's sort of getting off topic here.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, and you've probably said as much as you need to for now, but I do want to alert you and all the other attorneys that I think in briefing, it's going to be important. And I mean, my view is the 500 acre feet per year apparently derives, that in the court's question, apparently derives from the 500 acre foot per year limit in the relevant agreement. I mean, I don't know where else the court could have come up with 500 acre feet per year. But the question is what does that apply to? I think I've heard from you, and I don't know the answer to this, but this is something I certainly would appreciate briefing on when we get to closing briefing. I mean, as I see it, there are at least three ways to look at that. One is it's the water that's currently under the CEMEX property, and that's why I asked Mr. Leffler that line of questions. That's the water that's currently under, effectively would be mined, and is that amount greater than 500 acre feet per year and would continue. And then the second is it the amount of water that's induced over time into the parts of the aquifers that are under the CEMEX property and then extracted through those wells. And if that's the case, is it relevant how much of that is coming from the seawater source versus how much is from the inland water source? So this is really a legal question, I think. How should we and ultimately the court interpret that 500 acre foot per year limit? So anyway, I apologize for interrupting, but this has been bothering me and I've been pondering it. So I want to let all of you know that was something I'd been thinking about. So with that, and I don't think you need to spend any more time on that issue now, Mr. Markman. And I apologize for interrupting you right in the middle of your opening statement, but if you can proceed, that would be useful.
Great. Well, and our conclusion on this was we think the evidence you're going to see will demonstrate, no matter which of the approaches you take, that the end result is, even if you only look at the water drawn from the inland side into that aquifer, that's going to be far exceed 500 acre feet per year. And also that some of the modeling was inaccurate in trying to define that, because the model domain, or particularly the first month, the most recent model doesn't cover any inland wells to tell you how those wells are going to impact the generation of water from the inland side because of the angle, the head of the water in the wells on inland. So we'll leave it at that. We think that any way you look at the three ways, that there's more than 500 acre feet that's going to be extracted in the years that this operation occurs. And I was only going to talk. I was going to talk about one other example of what this testimony is going to show. By the way, it was a gradient. I was trying to come up with the word. The gradient of the water on the inland side is projected by our witnesses to decline, and the reason for that is because there's going to be implementation of a Sigma plan that causes reductions in production if they're ever going to get sustainability inland from the seawater retreated area, and try to push that seawater back toward Highway 1, which is the whole purpose of the implementation plan. And once those gradients come down and that area flattens out, the well is going to be dealing with a flatter gradient. It's going to draw more of that inland water, not less of that inland water, later on during the life of this plant. So I'll leave that one now and go to the next example. And I'm trying to hit examples here that are really important. So the next example, we're going to talk about our scientists' view of the question of, will the project create more seawater intrusion, which means bringing more seawater in, pushing the seawater barrier, the seawater wedge further inland, and eating up more storage space, thereby essentially creating more overdraft. The Sigma plan defines overdraft as being 50% caused annually by overproduction of water and 50% annually by the loss of more storage space to seawater intrusion. So the seawater intrusion is ongoing. So looking at that, we don't think there's any doubt. This is one thing I think our witnesses are willing to say. There's really no doubt that there will be more seawater intrusion. The testimony is going to show there are no hydraulic barriers.
Excuse me again, Mr. Markman. I know I pushed you to go fast, but I'm trying to take notes here. You said the Sigma plan defines overdraft 50% what and 50% what?
Loss of storage space to seawater.
And what was that? I thought there was a second 50% also. Was that
50% of overproduction, just plain old overproduction of water, and mostly by agriculture, and 50% loss because of the seawater intrusion continues to occupy more and more storage space. And the best example I can think of that is Mr. Leffler saying how fast all that water underneath the CMEX site itself will disappear and be replaced by seawater.
Okay, and is that Sigma plan, do you happen to know off the top of your head if that's an exhibit already?
I believe it is.
I think it is too. Do you happen to have the number? Or?
I don't have the number handy. We can get that to you.
Your Honor, this is David Osias. So there's two. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was at the dentist, so also if I'm not clear, let me know.
No, you're good.
Okay, so there's two relevant groundwater sustainability plans, to use their more technical name, one for the Monterey subbasin and one for the 180-400.
Right.
And Cal-Am exhibit, find my notes. Certainly the 180-400 is a Cal-Am exhibit. And it's exhibit, I think 60. I apologize, that's not it, but it is definitely an exhibit. And I believe the Monterey GSP is also already an exhibit.
Okay, that's fine. I'm horribly interrupting Mr. Markman's opening statement, and he's being reasonably patient about this. So we'll get it. I was pretty sure they were both. Mr. Brochard, you're going to give me numbers here?
It's 52. CalAm 52 is
Okay.
the
MCWD 60 and 64.
MCWD 60 and 64. Okay, we'll get them. I mean, there's no question. I can go through
Well-
exhibit indexes. So thank you.
And for purposes of what I'm saying, it's the 1200, 120, it's not the Monterey, it's the general basin.
What the 18400 sub basin?
18, that's right, that's the one, and which I'm talking about, which that's for, by the way, and our client has a seat at the table at that one. From our client is essentially the Sigma agent for the Monterey Basin. We're talking about the larger all-inclusive basin. So
okay. So anyway, go ahead with your
yeah,
opening
so anyway,
statement.
the whole basis of seawater intrusion and why it continues is because this well is going to create, the production is going to have an impact on all the heads around it. And it'll create a pumping depression that's going to draw water into it. And there's really no hydraulic basis or barrier to creating this capture zone, and also to generating enough impact where the seawater, and you're going to hear this from and you're going to see some exhibits that are very explanatory. You'll see the seawater not only going into a capture zone that has, in speaking of surface area, maybe 1 mile, maybe up to 5 miles of area, new area capture zone, new area of seawater intrusion, which I think they'll all agree with. And then on top of that, it's going to attract more groundwater, and that groundwater, more ocean water, and that ocean water is going to come in from north of that capture zone and south of the capture zone. And I think your attention will be caught when you see that southern increase in seawater intrusion, sort of aiming right at the wells that we're trying to protect from a Marina Coast Water District, which wells also, you will see exhibits, are startlingly close already to the seawater wedge that's coming at it. And that's the reason why our client is been on this mission to try to solve this one way or the other, or litigate it to protect its interests, because there's no way you can rule out the fact that over time, in some period of time, which we can't tell you based on any of the modeling, that this impact of 17,000 acre feet of more pumping, drawdown, dropping of heads all around it is going to cause seawater intrusion to get to our wells. But it's certain, whether it does or not, it's going to be shown, I think, with certainty, and I can't say with certainty very often in this case as to the scientific finding, but with certainty, there's going to be significant more seawater intrusion coming in. We are an appropriator with water rights in this basin. We're entitled to have the basin protected. The basin is suffering. The basin has a plan, a Sigma plan, that the end result of which to get sustainability is to arrest that seawater intrusion wedge and actually push it back to Highway 1, which is quite a ways to push it back. And certainly this project, regardless of its merit in any other way you want to think about it, is going to actually work contrary to that, to achieving that objective. And it's going to harm the basin, and it's going to cause more overdraft, half of which is defined as eating up more storage space, more freshwater storage space, less water in the future and in perpetuity available to people who want to pump water for beneficial use, whether ag or whether it's Marina Coast Water District serving the people in the city of Marina. So that's why we think, if you just look at the two questions, the 500 acre foot question, which is connected to a contract that I don't think it would be appropriate for us to argue that with you, Mr. Lilly, at this point, but sooner or later, we'll probably have to brief it, because you have to see where the 500 foot number came from in context of that contract. So I noticed the city already partially briefed that. We thought about it, but we didn't do it at this point. So my conclusion is damages to the basin are certain. there's no question that the seawater intrusion is going to be increased by the impact this pumping does in generating a large capture zone and bringing water in that flanks the capture zone. We're going to lose more freshwater storage space. And because of those two things alone, well, you're going to hear more. And I didn't get into, because I'm out of time, I don't want to get into what we thought was weaknesses in the new model. I'll call it the new model. But in a nutshell, it can't tell you what the capture zone is for the Marina wells and how they relate to the capture zone for the slant wells. And it can't tell you on an inland basis what production there is, what impact that's going to have on the gradient and how much that will increase the loss of inland water to these slant wells. So we didn't get those things answered from that new model. So, but what you have in front of you, so far as we're concerned, is sufficient scientific evidence to conclude that this will cause damage, seawater pollution, possibly of the Marina well at some point in time that's we're not conclusive about. So there really is, when it comes down to it, the answer to question 8 is there cannot be defined on the basis of the scientific evidence a legal path to CalAm having the right to build and conduct this project.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'm sorry if I interrupted, but there were things that were bothering me, so I appreciate your bearing with me on that. So
thank you.
Let's go forward with the testimony. My plan is, and I do have the slides. I appreciate getting those. And of course, the written survey rebuttal testimony was filed earlier. My plan is to have one of the Marina Coast attorneys, whichever one of you is selected, work with the witnesses, basically to ask the witnesses to summarize their testimonies using their slides. And I think since there's so much overlap between Ms. Nelson's testimony and Dr. Kincaid's testimony, I'll have both of those summaries occur first, and then we will have cross-examination of the panel of the two witnesses. And we'll first have that cross-ex by City of Marina, and then by CalAm, and then by CEMEX. I didn't go back. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to go pull my prior scheduling order for time limits. I think I proposed a half hour each for the summaries using the slides for Ms. Nelson and Dr. Kincaid. So first of all, Mr. See there, Mr. Markman, are you going to be asking the questions, or is it one of your colleagues?
No, I think Mr. Wilkins is going to take care of that, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you. So Mr. Wilkins is, I do want to move this along. I can assure you, my colleagues and I have carefully read all of the rounds, the 3 different rounds of testimony by both Ms. Nelson and Dr. Kincaid, and have the slides as well. So this really can just be a summary. We don't need to have a repeat of every single detail. So is half an hour each, a total of an hour, adequate time for these two witnesses to provide the summaries of their testimony?
It's close, Mr. Lilly. We work closely with both of them, and that is adequate for Dr. Kincaid. Ms. Nelson, she will try and talk fast. We've timed it with her, and realistically, we're requesting 40 minutes for her. She has a lot of ground to cover, and they both have rebuttal testimonies, to cover in their testimonies also. So we would request 40 minutes for Ms. Nelson and 30 minutes for Dr. Kincaid, and they both have promised me they will try and get it done faster than that. But they also, I told them they shouldn't try and rush their speaking because you have to be able to hear what they're saying. So they're trying not to talk too fast, I guess is the bottom line.
Yeah, that's certainly a hazard. And I don't want people to talk too fast, because at that point, the information transfer just goes down, at least for me. Maybe it's because my brain doesn't function that fast, but so that's fine. So the main thing is to just move on from one slide to the next don't dwell. That's, I think, more important than talking fast. So I'm going to allot that 40 minutes for Ms. Nelson and 30 minutes for Dr. Kincaid. As I say, I think, we've got this set up. They both have provided slides, and I think it is good that the slides are composite for all 3 rounds of their testimony. So we only have one set of slides for each witness. So that'll help. So let's go ahead and do that, and we'll see where we are. And then at that point, I'm sure we'll be ready to take a break, but then we'll talk about times for cross-examination.
And if you don't have any objection, Mr. Lilly, I'm presenting Ms. Nelson, and Kyle Brochard will present Dr. Kincaid. It's not a big issue, but that's just the way we set it up. We don't have a lot of questions for them, but that's the way it was done previously, so we thought we could do that here.
And that's fine. Where that will not be a problem at all. Where there potentially is a problem is if there's cross-examination of a panel for who's going to state objections. But let's get to that when we get to that. I just like to have some control over it. It gets to be confusing if 2 different attorneys for the same party are raising objections to the same line of questioning. That's I think where I try to avoid that. So, okay, well, let's go ahead and get started with Ms. Nelson, and then we'll shift over to Dr. Kincaid. So, Ms. Nelson, I don't. They've changed the view here, so I don't see you. But if you can just say something, I think your tile will appear on my screen.
Yes. Can you hear me?
There you are. Okay, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will be giving in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And with that let me just go through. I can cover this quickly. Is Exhibit MCWD 2 your written direct testimony for this hearing?
Let me just check the numbers. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then is Exhibit MCWD 92 your rebuttal testimony for this hearing?
Yes, that is correct.
And is Exhibit MCWD 113 your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and I know Exhibit MCWD 2 refers to Exhibit MCWD 9, which is your expert report, and Exhibit MCWD 92 refers to Exhibit MCWD 93, which is your expert report on rebuttal. I don't think you had an expert report for your rebuttal. I think that was all included in your rebuttal. So with that, I will ask my staff to please display, assuming Mr. Wilkins, you want us to go to the slides, I'll ask my staff to display Exhibit MCWD 117 and start with slide 1 on that. So we'll have the slides up there.
Yes, please.
All right. So I think they knew that one was coming. So it's here. So, okay. So we will, with that, Mr. Wilkins, you may proceed. And obviously, you know the drill. To the extent you can have Ms. Nelson just say next slide, that'll make it go most efficiently. So please proceed. And
all right.
I'll note the time, 9:38, and we'll see where we are.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Nelson. Can you please summarize the testimonies that you just identified as your direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimonies?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Next slide.
Okay, just for the record, we now have on the screen Exhibit MCWD 111, slide 2. Please proceed.
This is a figure that identifies the area that we've shown as the interface zone, and that is a area which was defined in the cross complaint, and it covers an area that includes both the proposed slant well site and MCWD's production wells. And the reason that it was defined is because the proposed slant wells are supposed to be constructed within the 180, 400-foot aquifer subbasin, and MCWD's wells are located in the Monterey subbasin. However, there is no physical barrier to groundwater flow between these two areas. The aquifers that exist in the Monterey subbasin where the wells are located, where MCWD's wells are located, are the same aquifers that exist in the vicinity of the proposed slant well site. And therefore, although these two, the wells basically are in different subbasins, we wanted to make it clear that there really is no barrier, physical barrier to flow in these areas. Next slide.
Okay, we now have slide 3 up. Go ahead.
This is a figure that shows the groundwater gradients in the dune sand aquifer. The dune sand aquifer is defined in the Monterey subbasin as one of the principal aquifers in the groundwater sustainability plan. It is the one that is most surficial. It's where basically aerial recharge enters the basin. And in this case, you can see the orange dotted line. That is a groundwater divide that exists within the dune sand aquifer. West of that location, groundwater flows towards the ocean. To the east of that, it flows towards the Salinas River. The line that's identified as a dotted line in black between the coast and the groundwater divide, it's about, let's say, half a mile inland of the coastline, is the edge of the Salinas Valley Aquitard. And in this area, it's called the Fort Ord Salinas Valley Aquitard, because the area where you see all of those wells is actually part of Fort Ord. And those monitoring wells have been installed over the last 40 years as part of remedial efforts within the Fort Ord area, and the need to clean up groundwater as a result of historical releases at Fort Ord. And so we actually have a huge amount of data, much more than we normally would in this situation, because of the work that's been done at Fort Ord. And the painstaking, evaluation of where groundwater contaminants are located. And so what we know from this data is that groundwater in this area, basically west of the groundwater divide in the dune sand aquifer, flows towards the ocean. There is a seaward gradient. And then once it hits the Salinas Valley Aquitard, it actually returns to the basin in the 180-foot aquifer. Next slide. So this is a conceptual site model taken directly from the Fort Ord website, and is described in detail in many of the documents that are part of the remedial efforts that are being conducted there. And the dune sand aquifer, also called the A aquifer within Fort Ord, it's made up of dune sand deposits, and is basically, as I said, the most superficial aquifer, where there's aerial recharge that infiltrates into this area. The dune sand aquifer is made up of dune sands. It's very permeable. It's one of the reasons you really don't see any rivers in this area. I mean, because the groundwater, basically the surface water that recharges this basin, can readily infiltrate. And because water levels in the 180-foot aquifer have been depressed as a result of groundwater extraction within the Salinas Valley, historically, groundwater flowed toward the ocean in both the upper 180-foot aquifer and the lower 180-foot aquifer. However, over time, groundwater has basically, due to depletion and pumping within the Salinas Valley Basin, groundwater in those aquifers now flows inland. And there's an inland gradient in those areas. And so what we see is that the groundwater that recharges the dune sand aquifer comes back into the basin in the upper 180-foot aquifer and lower 180-foot aquifer. Next slide. These are the gradients in the upper 180-foot aquifer, and as you can see, those are inland. the areas identified in blue here are areas which have been identified as fresh groundwater. And I'm going to use the term fresh groundwater as I have in my expert testimony, to identify water that meets the beneficial use standard of 3,000 milligrams per liter TDS, as established by the Water Board, because that water is considered to be treatable and readily, useful for municipal use. As you can see in this area, we've actually identified the areas in blue based on two sets of information. There is the AEM data, and then there's just well data. And you can see in the vicinity of Fort Ord, there's actually a huge amount of well data. And the TDS concentrations in Fort Ord, where you see all of those wells, are actually less than 1,000 milligrams per liter, which would make it readily drinkable. In the area, basically in the 180-foot aquifer subbasin, there's not nearly as many wells. And so we've relied on AEM data to estimate TDS concentrations in that area. Where we've looked at the AEM data relative to actual measurements in wells and samples, as in the area of Fort Ord, the data is comparable. Next slide. So these are the data that you can see. I've shown the actual wells from which TDS concentrations have been taken in both the dune sand aquifer, the upper 180-foot aquifer, and then the lower 180-foot aquifer. And the wells that are identified in blue are less than 1,000 milligrams per liter. And you can see that that's in the Fort Ord area, that's predominantly what you see. And it's the reason that there's been so much money spent to basically remediate these aquifers due to releases at Fort Ord. There's been almost $300 million spent to keep cleaning up these aquifers because they have a beneficial use. They are the recharge to the Monterey subbasin. In the lower 180-foot aquifer, there is seawater intrusion, and you can see that's on the panel on the lower left. You can see the red dots, and they are that's an area where there has been seawater intrusion, and concentrations of TDS are actually higher than about 10,000 milligrams per liter in some areas, in between 3,000 and 10,000. Next slide.
Okay, and just for the record, just so we're all clear, we are now on slide 7. Go ahead.
These are two cross sections. So I've shown you everything in plan view. Now I'd like to show it to you in cross sectional view. The AA cross section is basically extends from the slant well site inland, perpendicular to the coast. BB extends from the coast towards MCWD's production wells. Next slide.
Okay, this is slide 8. Go ahead.
So this is the cross-section AA, which extends from the coast on the left, inland to the right. And the slant wells are located basically right at the edge of the figure on the left. And here we've utilized both well data and AEM data to show the location of freshwater as well as seawater intruded groundwater. So in this, based on this figure, we can see that the blue, which is indicative of water that has concentrations of TDS of less than 3,000 milligrams per liter, based on the AEM data, that exists in both the dune sand aquifer as well as that upper 180-foot aquifer. But as you go lower than that, you can see that it is in fact seawater intruded. And so depending on how you screen a well, if you screen it in the upper 180-foot aquifer, you'll get fresh water. But if you screen through both the upper and the lower, now all of a sudden you get saline water.
Are there any production wells in the dune sand aquifer or the upper 180-foot aquifer?
There are not. However, at Fort Ord, through the remediation efforts, as you know, often groundwater is extracted to basically get to stop migration of contaminants and basically clean that water. At Fort Ord, there's approximately 1,000 acre-feet per year that it has been extracted for the last 20 years as part of those remediation efforts from the dune sand and 180-foot aquifer. And that water is recharged. It's mandated that water be recharged back into the aquifers. But it demonstrates that this is a source of water that could be utilized if needed. And it's the reason, of course, that that's being cleaned up by Fort Ord.
Yeah, this is something new I had not read about before. Where is that 1,000 acre-feet per year recharged back into the aquifer, and which aquifer does it go back into?
It recharges into the dune sand and the 180-foot aquifers. So there are trenches and injection wells that are located throughout Fort Ord that are used to basically re-inject and reuse that water after it's been cleaned. So what they end up doing is they pull it out and then they treat it, and then they re-infiltrate it into the dune sand aquifer and or inject it into the upper 180.
Great, thank you.
Yes. Next slide.
Okay, and we're now on slide 9.
So this is a figure that shows BB. This is, again, perpendicular to the coast. Unfortunately, because there's a lot of infrastructure here, the AEM data is more limited. So that area in the middle is an area where the AEM data is just not available because of the infrastructure there, which interferes with the AEM. But we do have quite a few wells there, and those you can see, we've created little boxes with what the quality of the water is based on actual well data. And so based on that Fort Ord data in the upper 180-foot aquifer, you can see that water is fresh. And then the area of big blue that you see, right, sort of in the middle of that figure, those are MCWD's production wells. And they're the 180, 400-foot wells that we continue to talk about. They are identified as MCWD 30, 29, and 31. And they are screened in the lower 180-foot aquifer and the 400-foot aquifer. But as you can see, the fresh water extends across both the upper 180 and lower 180-foot aquifer in those wells. And these are incredibly productive wells. They have a very high specific capacity. You don't have to draw the water down very much in order to get a lot of water.
And excuse me, did you say that's 29, 30, and 31?
Yes. So you can see a bunch of monitoring wells, but plastered in there, I wish I could point to it. Unfortunately, I can't. But
just refer to the x-axis feet, because I'm trying to find them on this.
Okay. So if you look at 20,000 feet from beginning of section, 20,000.
Okay. I do see them there, yes.
You can
Thank
see
you.
MCWD 29, 30, and 31.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Next slide.
Okay, and we're now on slide 10. Go ahead.
This figure is intended to describe the protective seawater elevations that exist in the dune sand aquifer. And I've gone through each of the different aquifers here, but the intent of this is to show that along the coastline, the water levels in the dune sand aquifer are higher than the freshwater head of the ocean. And what I've done here is on the hydrographs of each of these wells that are located close to the edge, close to the ocean, I've identified two dotted lines on each hydrograph, and those are the equivalent freshwater head of the mean high tide and the mean low tide of the ocean. And you can basically calculate the freshwater head based on the density of the ocean. And the way to think about this is that because the ocean water is denser, because of pressure, it would flow inland faster than freshwater. So what we do is we, in order to evaluate which way the groundwater would flow, we basically make everything equivalent to a freshwater head. So it assumes that if all the water had the same density, this is what the head would be. And so if the water level in the well is higher than the freshwater head of the ocean, then groundwater, basically the ocean cannot migrate into the inland. And so you can see in MWOU 236A down on the bottom, the head in the well, the water level is higher than those two lines.
Are the two different lines, the high and low tide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if you can be certain if you're above the high, you're feeling pretty good. As you start getting somewhere in between there, now all of a sudden there's time periods where the ocean water can flow in.
Okay, so this is the, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is certainly very important. It looks like on the lower left figure that you showed that the equivalent freshwater head for the high tide is 6 feet and for the low tide is about 2 feet. Is that correct?
Boy, I'm having a hard time reading this on my own figure. But yes, that looks about right. And just so you know that is actually based, you have to take into account what the depth of the aquifer is in order to make that calculation. And there's very specific information in my expert testimony and the appendix that this is generated from on exactly how those levels were calculated. But basically, because the water column, the height of the water column does impact what the freshwater head is. So if you have a water column which is 10 feet high versus 5 feet high, then it impacts, if the density is higher, what the freshwater head would be. So these have been calculated based on the bottom of the dune sand aquifer.
Okay, that does make sense. So this is basically the equivalent heads are to determine if you have I'll say a conflict between the seawater trying to flow in and the freshwater trying to flow out. The equivalent head differences will determine the flow direction, basically. Is that?
Absolutely, yes, okay. That is exactly correct.
Okay, the reason I'm a little confused is it's not like the seawater would actually rise up to a level higher than its actual elevation. It's just to determine I'll say the flow direction if you have an interface between the two types of groundwater. Is that correct?
Exactly. Okay, in other words, that you have to basically combine the pressure head with the elevation head, and this does it for you.
Okay, thank you.
So if you look in the vicinity of Fort Ord, there's a couple wells right there that are in the dune sand aquifer, and you can see that the water level or the head in those is above the seawater. And as a result, I've colored those graphs in blue because the TDS of those wells, I've noted that on the graph. It's sort of hard to read, but basically it's less than 1,000 milligrams per liter. And that's because the groundwater is the head is higher so that the ocean water can't come in. Now, as you look in the vicinity of the CMEX site, I've drawn two vertical lines next to wells 1S and 4S. That's the period of the slant well pilot test. And as you can see, the water level drops below the protective head elevation. And then it rises back up. Now this area gets even more complicated because the TDS concentrations in these wells are not fresh. And so you actually have to convert the density, the freshwater head, and I've done that later on. When I created these figures, I was under the impression that that had already been done because the HWG had noted that they had actually modified and taken density into account. But when we got the original data from them, that was not true. And I'll talk a little bit about this later on. They must have been confused about their own data. But in fact, there has not been any modification to the density in the water levels that have been provided in the documents that HWG has produced in their original data set. And we were able to verify this based on the original data that we requested. But as you can see in the vicinity of MW7S, the water level is above the mean high tide and low tide.
Okay, you may proceed.
Next slide, and I'm going to ask you go to two slides. That the slides are not in the correct order, unfortunately.
Okay, so this is slide 11. You want us to go to slide 12?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to slide 12 and then back to 11. We now have
Yeah.
slide 12 on the screen. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So this is the 180-foot aquifer, and this is the upper 180-foot aquifer in the vicinity of the Monterey subbasin in Fort Ord. So you can see what happens. So we have three wells that I'm showing, the bottom three wells you can see. And one of them, the head, the water levels are right at the mean high, and the TDS in that well is elevated. The wells surrounding it, the water levels are higher, and those are fresh. And so this is a direct example where you can see when the water level starts to get close to that high or low, close to the freshwater head of the ocean water can now flow in.
Okay.
And again, you can see that in the vicinity of the CMEX site during the slant well pilot test, that water level drops way below. So now I want you to go up one, please, with the slides.
Okay, we'll go. That was slide 12. We will now go back to slide 11.
And sorry, when we just switched. This is it. This is correct. Yes, got it. So this is the lower 180-foot and 400-foot aquifer. So in this case, you can see that where the wells are seawater intruded, like the beach well, the water level is way below the protective head elevation. And that's why seawater can enter. And that's true at the CMEX site as well. These wells, the water levels are so low that the seawater can just come right in. Now, in the southern portion of the Monterey subbasin, we still have protective heads, but we're right at the cusp. We see at MW 12-12 180L that the TDS concentration basically ranges in that well between less than, like 300 to 4,000. And that's dependent on, whether it was a wet season, a dry season. But these are the wells that are located up gradient of MCWD's production wells. So in the upper 180-foot aquifer and in the lower 180-foot aquifer, we are in a position where the freshwater head basically has the ability to come in if those protective heads are lost.
Okay.
Next slide.
And now we'll go to slide 13.
One more. So I haven't done this one.
Okay, we have slide 13. Go ahead.
This is a cross-sectional view, just sort of a larger cross-sectional view of the aquifer. You can see the dune sand on top, and then you can see how the upper 180-foot aquifer also fresh and blue. And then underneath it, you have the seawater that is intruding. One of the things that continues to be argued is the fact that it doesn't matter if you make the water more seawater intruded. And what I'd like to say is that that is not true, that you will drive the seawater further inland if you make it more saline. And this is the same concept, that the freshwater head of water that is 10,000 TDS is higher than water that has 3,000 TDS. So if you increase the TDS of the water, you will increase the inland gradient. And that is something the models that have been created cannot assess because they are not variable density models. Next slide.
I was wondering, I saw this lower figure in your testimony, Ms. Nelson. And is the lower figure just sort of what I'd call a generic conceptual figure? It doesn't appear to refer to any specific aquifer. Is that correct?
That's correct. It just gives this idea that because the water is basically water that is saline tends to drop down because it is denser.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We can go on now to slide 14.
So this, I'm sure you've seen this slide 100 times. It's basically shows how the slant well will penetrate both the dune sand and the 180-foot aquifer. It will extract groundwater. I mean, let's be honest. This is not extracting ocean water. It may induce ocean water to enter the aquifer, but it is extracting groundwater. This is a 10-time vertical exaggeration, which is why the slant well looks like it's almost perpendicular. Next slide.
Okay, we now have slide 15.
In reality, the angle of the slant well is about 19 degrees. So, I mean, this is much more of a representation of what the slant well actually looks like. The majority of it is actually below the beach. There's, about 20% of it that extends below the ocean. But the key fact is it will extract groundwater from both inland and submarine portions of the aquifers. And that's the technical term for the portion of the aquifer that extends below the ocean. And there are areas, and recently there was a study done down in San Diego, which showed that in some areas, the submarine portions of the aquifer are fresh. Because there's so much recharge of fresh groundwater that migrates below the ocean. Because there's been so much seawater intrusion in the vicinity of the Salinas Valley, there is, ocean water has permeated the aquifers, particularly the 180 and 400-foot aquifers in this area. Next slide.
Okay, we now have slide 16.
So these are pictures of the estimated capture zone of the slant wells in the dune sand and the 180-foot aquifer. These were generated by Weiss. And what you can see is that in the dune sand aquifer, because groundwater flow is towards the slant wells, you have flow from the dune sand aquifer, which is fresh, towards the slant wells. In the case of the capture zone for the 180-foot aquifer, which is on the right, groundwater flows from the ocean towards the slant wells and then sort of backs up depending on how steep the gradients are. And so the area in the 180-foot aquifer that is part of the capture zone will be fully inundated with seawater. And this is something that even CalAM's experts agree on and is identified within the EIR. That in the 180-foot aquifer, because there is a seaward gradient, a landward gradient, the area of the capture zone will be fully inundated with seawater. And that's because that's where eventually, basically, the seawater will migrate in. It'll replace the existing fresh water to the extent that it exists in that area. And the size of the capture zone is highly dependent on the gradient. The drawdown is not. How much water is drawn, how much the water level is drawn down is relatively independent of gradient, but the capture zone is very dependent on gradient. And so in this case, you can see that if there's steep gradients of 0.0011 foot per foot, and that would be inland, the capture zone is actually quite small. But as the gradient becomes flatter, it expands. And this is what we've discussed, where if the as the GSPs are implemented in the 180-foot aquifer subbasin and the Monterey subbasin, it is anticipated that the inland gradients will decrease. There are the minimum thresholds for seawater intrusion and measurable objectives in the 180-foot aquifer subbasin GSP. Basically, the minimum threshold is to stop seawater intrusion, the extent of seawater intrusion, and the measurable objective, which is the goal, is to actually bring that back to Highway 1. There is no way to do that without flattening the gradients or reversing them, unless you were to put in a groundwater extraction barrier, which is one of the projects that is identified as a possibility in that GSP. And it's being evaluated, particularly north of the Salinas River, as something that might be done. Its efficacy has not been determined, and it'll cost over $400 million to do it. So I think that it's as likely, if not more likely, that management actions will be required to reduce groundwater extraction, and that water from the river will be utilized to help supplement supplies within the basin, because there's actually quite a bit of water that comes out of the river, which is not being fully utilized. And under that scenario, water levels, basically gradients would flatten and possibly even reverse. I mean, that's a dream, right? That's what everyone would love, because that's what it would take to actually bring the seawater intrusion back towards Highway 1. But I think it's very reasonable to assume that they would actually flatten. And next slide.
And before you go to the next slide, Ms. Nelson, in the left figure,
yes,
near the top, it says expanding capture zones with decreasing landward gradients in the underlying 180-foot aquifer. Is that because if the gradient, well, tell me, I won't ask, I'll just explain to me.
Yeah,
how changes in the landward gradients in the underlying 180-foot aquifer affect gradients in the dune sand aquifer?
So what happens is that if you recall the Salinas Valley Aquitard, and that it extends to about half a mile from the beach. So water in the dune sand aquifer flows towards the ocean. And then what ends up happening is, you know how it reverses to go into the 180 and recharges?
Yeah, we saw your cross-section figure. It was about slide 3 or so. I'm familiar with that.
So what happens is, as the capture zone in the 180-foot aquifer expands, so as it goes from that 0.0011 to the 0.0004, it captures a larger portion of the water that's flowing westward in the dune sand aquifer. So what ends up happening is the water molecules, which are flowing towards the ocean, drop down into the 180, and then they're actually captured by the slant well within the 180.
Okay, the reason I'm confused here is this text here does not refer to the slant wells. It refers to a decreasing landward gradient in the underlying 180-foot aquifer, which I assume is due to management actions further inland, not anything regarding the slant well. So that's why I was trying to understand that mechanism here.
Correct. So in other words, the amount of fresh groundwater from the dune sand that the slant wells will take will be directly proportional, well, I shouldn't say proportional, but will be dependent on how flat the gradient is in the 180-foot aquifer.
Okay, I think I understand that. I think that's enough for now. Thank you for explaining this. I know this is complicated, but thank you. You may move on to the next slide.
Okay, next.
This is, for the record, we're on slide 17.
To just give you a sense of the size of these capture zones, because you know these are little figures, I just want you to be aware of what the size of these things is. So, and I mean, these are not exact numbers. I mean, Dr. Todd Kincaid will tell you that, you know, that these are estimates, but order of magnitude, depending on the, you know, gradients in the underlying 180-foot aquifer, the capture zone within the dune sand is anywhere between 2.5 to 7.8 square miles. In the 180-foot aquifer, between 0.7 and 5 square miles. These are not small areas, and the dune sand aquifer capture zone will not be inundated with seawater because the gradient is towards the ocean. It's the 180-foot aquifer capture zone which will be inundated with seawater. Next slide. Cal-Am seems to argue that you can't estimate a capture zone for a well that is where the gradient is towards the ocean, and they use the term mixing zones. You know, EPA defines a capture zone very clearly. It's the area that where groundwater flows towards the well and enters the well. And the capture zone, the direction of the capture zone is dependent on the direction of the gradient. So in this case, you can see if this is oriented in the same direction as what we've talked about, in the 180-foot aquifer, groundwater is naturally flowing towards inland. And so the capture zone extends towards the ocean. In the dune sand aquifer, where the gradient is reversed, well, the capture zone is also reversed. You can draw it. Nobody seems to want to draw it in the direction to show that groundwater from inland flows towards the slant wells. Next slide.
Okay, we're on slide 19. And just so you know, Ms. Nelson, I've been interrupting some, but you have been going for 40 minutes now. So don't talk any faster, but if I can say it politely, try to say a little bit less about each slide. And, you know, and I do have this all to read. So please proceed.
Okay, I'll move faster. So in this case, this would be what the capture zones would look like if the gradients were actually reversed in both the 180 and the dune sand aquifer. Next slide. And this is a picture, though, of what the capture zone would look like under a very small gradient. And you can see it expands dramatically. And this is actually from the model that Cal-Am itself produced. And that's 12.5 square miles. Next slide.
Okay, we're now on slide 21. Go ahead.
One of the things that has been, you know, in contention is whether or not there's actually seaward gradients in the dune sand aquifer. And so I've taken the time to identify what the heads are if you take into account density and utilize the hand measurements that were collected by CalAM, because the transducers have additional sources of error. So I've looked at what the groundwater heads are at 1S, 3S, 4S, and 7S. So those are pretty much in a straight line inland, perpendicular to the ocean. So next slide.
Okay, we're on slide 22.
What you can see is every single one of these wells has a head that is higher than the freshwater head of the ocean. And because they are above it. So the freshwater equivalent head at MW7 is over 8 feet, NAVD 88. And then the wells 1S, 3S, and 4S, they're sort of well on top of each other. But what you can see is that the groundwater, the head in all of these wells is higher than the ocean. There is a seaward gradient in the dune sand aquifer. Next slide. Next slide.
Okay, we're on to slide 24.
In the 180-foot aquifer, it's definitely inland. And, you know, there's a lot of variability in the gradients in the 180-foot aquifer. This is a regional gradient. We took a crack at what it is. This would suggest it's 0.0004. There's a lot of uncertainty here. We also took the time to look at what the heads are in the wells that CalAM has, you know, put transducers in and monitored very regularly. Next slide. In that case,
we're on to slide 25. Go ahead.
These are in the 180-foot aquifer. 1M and 3M are above the head of the ocean. That's likely a result of CMEX operations where they discharge a lot of water, or it's uncertainty in these heads, and there's actually more fresh water there than what's indicated. But you can see that there's an inland gradient, that this is sort of the maximum inland gradient that's been identified since the slant well ceased, of 0.0018. Next slide.
Wait a second. Just what is the line at about, looks like between
So that is
6.5 and 7?
That's basically the maximum gradient that has been observed since the slant wells were shut down, inland gradient. So this is that 0.001, it says 18. And so this is actually even steeper than the 0.0011 that was identified on that slant well capture zone. So when the gradient is this steep, the capture zone is very small in the 180.
Okay, thanks.
Next slide. But, you know, you can see it seasonally varies. So this comes basically every season, it gets flatter and then steeper. And so during periods, you know, basically wet periods, the minimum gradient is 0.0004, and that relates to the larger capture zone that I showed in the 180-foot aquifer. That's about 5 square miles. So you can see that seasonally, just even seasonally, the size of these capture zones changes.
Okay.
Next slide.
We'll go to slide 27.
Irrelevant of gradient, one of the key things that's going to occur is that there's going to be drawdown. And Dr. Todd Kincaid will talk about this. This is his slide, but this is an estimate of the drawdown from the slant wells. And you can see that the area that is being impacted is over 30 square miles at a 0.5 gradient. Now, you know, depending on which model you use, this varies. But under this model, basically 3.5 miles of stretch of the coastline will see declines in groundwater levels. And this will not be captured. So what you have to remember is if the capture zone is actually very small, there's steep inland gradients, then the drawdown will still be the same. And what you'll see is that now those protective heads that I showed you, we may lose those. And now seawater that's within the submarine portions of the aquifer will more readily flow inland. And Dr. Kincaid has done some analyses on the magnitude of some of those inflows. And this would be up gradient of MCWD's wells. Next slide.
Okay, we're on slide 28.
And so this is just a depiction of what that would do, is if you drop the gradient, if you basically drop the water levels along the southern coastline, now all of a sudden it creates a potential problem for MCWD's wells.
So,
Next slide. Okay.
I had a note on this on your testimony, but since we have this on the slide, I'll just ask you now. I see it looks like pink purplish lines with arrows above the capture zone going inland, and then below the capture zone going inland. Are those the changes in groundwater flow direction that would be caused by CalAM's pumping at slant wells? Or are those the groundwater flow direction that already exists there today?
So the groundwater flow direction is inland in the 180-foot aquifer. But if you recall, if you have freshwater heads, then really the source of that water is the dune sand aquifer. So normally what we have is protective heads and the dune sand supplying the upper 180-foot aquifer, and to some extent the lower 180-foot aquifer. Now, if you lose that protective head, now all of a sudden that water becomes ocean water. And the question is, how much will the slant wells actually drop the water? Will it actually cause those protective heads to be lost? And I think we can say with certainty that over a portion of the coastline that will occur. How far south along that coastline? I don't think that there's been adequate modeling to assess that.
So is it your view that these purple lines are the changes in groundwater flow direction, or the increases in groundwater flow direction that would result from pumping the CalAM wells?
Yes, because you'll have drawdown along the coast that didn't exist there before. So, okay. And this has been a big bone of contention. And CalAM has said, but the volume of water that comes in will not change. I don't necessarily disagree with that in a way. I mean, they will increase the amount of water that's coming into the area of the capture zone. But they will also basically, the area that previously they will capture, the seawater that was entering in the area that they will capture, well, that's still going to come in. It's just going to come in north and south of the capture zone. And that's shown by the fact that there's drawdown well outside of the capture zone along the coast.
Okay, I think I'm understanding that. And you're saying that drawdown outside the capture zone will cause these or induce these groundwater flows that are shown in these long purple lines with arrows that go past and inland of the capture zone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Next slide. Looks like I have multiple. Next slide.
Okay, and just so the record is clear, we're on slide 30 now. Go ahead.
And I think we've discussed this. Next slide.
Okay, we're on slide 31.
One of the topics that has been talked about a lot here is how much fresh water versus ocean water will the slant wells take. This is the ocean water percentage that was observed during the pilot test. So this is the percentage of water basically if you utilize the equation that was, which has been used to evaluate OWP, this is the ocean water percentage that was observed during the pilot test. And basically on average, it's in the beginning period, it's about 82%. And then during the rest of the period, it's about 89% or 90%. And one of the things that CalAm has stated is that during this period, there was actually quite a bit more rainfall than what's normally observed. It's about 7 inches higher during this period total than what's average. However, prior to this period, the 35-month period preceding this, it was a very, very dry period. And there was actually 12 inches of recharge less than normal. So in my opinion, it's likely that the basin was actually just recovering during this period. And this may be very representative of sort of long-term conditions. And 90% OWP long-term would far exceed the 500 acre feet per year of freshwater withdrawal, and based on the total slant well pumping. Next slide.
On this, before you go to the next slide, when did I could look it up, but when did the pilot test pumping actually start? Do you remember the approximate date?
Yes, it was February of 2015.
February of 2015. Okay, so why did that's what I thought. So why did the well, okay, I can't tell from the x-axis. So it's the first data point at the beginning of the pump test?
Yes.
Okay, that I was confused because the dates shown on the x-axis don't exactly show that February date, but that's fine. Go ahead. You can go ahead to the next slide.
Right. Next slide.
We're on slide 32 now.
Right. So this slide actually just does the math for you as to what that OWP would translate to, depending on what concentration you assume. This is based on a 3,000 milligram per liter TDS, but it's not all that different if you use 500. I mean, basically what you see is that the average concentration, the amount of fresh water that would be extracted would be, 1,800 acre feet after the initial period, and it would be quite a bit higher even during that initial period. And that even if you used a 500 TDS, which is, I think, what's been agreed to under the settlement agreement, you would end up with about 1,600 acre feet per year long term.
It's I'll just say it's a little confusing. You have acre feet per year here.
Yes.
On your y-axis, when really each data point reflects a specific number of acre feet extracted. So maybe you can just elaborate on that. How did you convert acre feet extracted into acre feet per year?
This actually is acre feet per year, and it's just basically assuming that given that the slant wells, based on the 15.5 MGD that the slant wells will produce, if I assume that the ocean water percentage is the value that was in the prior figure, that's what this translates to in acre feet per year. So I'm assuming basically the water that's coming out of the well has the same ocean water percentage as was observed during the pilot test.
Yeah, I understand what you did.
And you pump 15.5 MGD, then that's how much water you'll take. Basically, that's how much fresh water you'll extract every year.
So you took 15.5 MGD, which is a flow rate, converted that to acre feet per year, and then multiplied that times the freshwater percentage.
You got it.
Okay, thanks.
Next slide.
We'll go to slide 33.
There's been a lot of modeling done on, what is the estimated OWP. And this is from the most recent model, the 2022 North Marina groundwater model. And that model estimated that on average, you would actually get 99% based on current conditions OWP. and on average 83% with a 50% reduction in groundwater extraction within the Salinas Valley Basin. And if you reduce groundwater extraction within the Salinas Valley Basin, you would get 91%. And that's a reflection of the fact that as you stop pumping as much in the Salinas Valley, that gradients flatten. And we have some concerns about how those gradients actually end up, what they actually relate to. But I can tell you that, and Dr. Kincaid will talk about that, but we took a look on how these OWP values were estimated. And basically they used a solute transport model called MT3D. And EKI took that exact model and applied it to the actual pilot test, which is the only place we actually have data as to what the OWP was during the pumping. And this is a transient model. So this model should be able to estimate, given that there was more recharge, what the OWP was during the slant well pump test. Next slide.
And just to clarify, they call it a solute transport model, but as I understand it, it's basically just a set of algebraic formulas that convert a given TDS into an OWP. Is that correct?
No, the solute transport model actually simulates flow of water. And they do it, they start out with a set of assumed concentrations that are based on what you just said. In other words, they take the TDS and they make it into an OWP percentage. But the solute transport model is modeling the particles and their rate of flow and how many, how basically estimating the concentration of the water that will enter the slant wells.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I had not understood that. You may proceed.
Okay, next slide.
We'll go to slide 34.
And what we found when we ran MT3D for the slant well pilot test is that the model simulated that you would have over a 98% OWP. When in reality, you can see the blue line, it was 90%. Now this is, like I said, this is a model that's supposed to simulate the actual, they have how much water, recharged, I shouldn't say recharged, they know how much water fell on the system. I mean, this model actually includes real, recharge and rainfall. It incorporates it. And yet they didn't even come close. They dramatically overestimate how much the OWP will be, which gives me huge concern about its ability to predict any future OWP.
Is the bar on the lower left above 4/1/2015 for monthly slant well pumping? Is that the first month of slant well pumping that occurred? You said it started in late February, so I'm assuming potentially April 1 would mean it was the amount that occurred in the month preceding April 1.
I think I have a bust in the dates on the bottom.
Oh.
I think that should say, maybe it started, I may have it wrong. It may have started in April 2015 and ended in February 2018. I'd have to go back and check. The month, that's what this implies, that it actually started in April of 2015 and ended in February of 2018. I'd have to go back and check.
Okay, why don't you make a note and
okay,
maybe during the lunch break you can check that and then just very
I'll make sure I don't have a bust.
Well, it's important, so it is worth checking.
No, you're right.
I mean, it does seem that the data show there were those first 2 months of pumping, and then the measured OWP went up So that's, I'm just trying to see if there's a cause and effect.
And then,
It's clear.
yeah, there definitely the OWP. And then what you can see is there was a shutdown period during, I think, June through October is what this says. Basically, it was shut down and then it restarted.
I understand. So that seems to track. Anyway, that's fine. Why don't you just check the date?
I will.
Let us know later. But for now, you can go ahead to your next slide.
Okay, next slide.
And for the record, we now have slide 35 up.
At least I'm consistent. I show it this way I show the pumping the same. So I'm guessing it's my memory and that my slides are correct. But this basically shows the simulated drawdown at well MW1S. That's one of the wells that's right next to the slant wells. And one of our concerns, another concern we had with this model was that if you look at how much the water levels actually drop, which is in blue, and how much the model simulates, which is in orange, it's about half. Next slide.
Is what aquifer is MWS in? Or is it
the
that
dune
point?
sand.
It's in the dune sand aquifer. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the S wells are in the dune sand. The M wells are in the 180.
I guess I should have known that. Thank you.
No, it's all right. Believe me.
It's a little subtle, but fairly obvious. Go ahead.
Next slide. I've just done the math for you here. So the observed drawdown, you know, that during the slant well pump test in 1S was 7.8 feet, basically between 7.8 and 10.5 feet approximately. And then if you look at what was actually simulated, next slide.
Okay, we're on to slide 37. Go ahead.
It's about 50% at 2.9 to 4.9. So that gives me pause about whether or not the model is actually estimating drawdown from the slant wells.
Okay.
Next slide.
We'll go to slide 38.
The last thing with regard to this model that we have concern about is that it appears that there's been a low permeability layer that's been included within the dune sand aquifer that is basically parallel to the ocean. And it's basically stopping groundwater from migrating within the dune sand towards the slant wells and towards the ocean. And you can see that this layer is actually quite a bit inland of the Salinas Valley aquitard. So it's about it's a mile inland of the aquitard in areas of Fort Ord. That's not true near the slant wells, but along the further south on the coast, that's the case. And it corresponds to the area where there's a significant drop in heads in the dune sand aquifer. And in my opinion, the modeler, Dr. Ye, did this in order to be able to simulate the drop in heads that we observe in the dune sand aquifer. But he potentially was unaware of the fact that the reason that the water levels likely drop in this area is because the base of the Salinas Valley aquitard drops off. And so although he may have been successful in better calibrating the dune sand aquifer, he did it in a way that is not reflective of actual geologic conditions and causes the groundwater to flow very differently than what the data suggest. And I'm going to show you a couple cross sections here. So again, these are model cross sections. These are from the latest 2020 North Marina groundwater model 2022. So this upper row is perpendicular to the ocean, and it basically is located close to the slant, basically through the slant wells. Next slide.
Okay, we're on to slide 39.
And so what I've done here is colored in the hydraulic conductivities of the different layers. And so the darker the color, the lower the hydraulic conductivity. And And so you can see that, and I've actually identified them in feet per day on the right side, so that there's actually a scale. And you can see that between the darkest color, which is basically between 0 and 2.1 feet per day, that's the color of the aquitard between the 400-foot aquifer and the deep aquifer. It's also the hydraulic permeability that's been assigned to the Salinas Valley aquitard. It's totally appropriate, low permeability. Well, what is not based on geology is the fact that they, by creating this really low hydraulic permeability layer, basically parallel to the ocean within the dune sand, that they've created a dam. And it's very hard for the groundwater to move towards the slant wells as a result. And it ends up moving northward rather than towards the slant wells and towards the ocean, the way that the data suggest it does. And in doing so, although they've matched the heads better in the dune sand, I believe that the model actually is worse in simulating flow conditions in the dune sand aquifer. Next slide. This is true here as well. And this dam has been placed well inland of the area of where the Salinas Valley aquitard exists or has been identified. And you can see that they've also stopped the Salinas Valley aquitard right where that dam is. So it doesn't allow the groundwater to flow towards the ocean the way that the data from Fort Ord identifies. Next slide.
All right, we're on slide 41.
These are hydraulic conductivity estimates. This figure shows the location of data that was collected in Fort Ord. It's directly from the groundwater sustainability plan, which requires that you submit information about hydraulic conductivities of different aquifers. And this is from pump test data that was done at Fort Ord. And it's all pretty consistent. The hydraulic conductivities that were identified are between basically 10 and 100 milligrams per liter, feet per day, throughout this area where this dam has been created.
Can you just, this is something that is a civilian question, but can you explain to me how one measures hydraulic conductivity in these wells? Is that through some kind of a pump test or something else?
Yeah, there's different ways of doing it. I would say the worst way is you take an actual soil sample that's, that is representative of, a small, a small cylinder, and you estimate the hydraulic conductivity in a lab. And basically what you're doing at that point is you're assessing the, you put a head of, basically you put water on the top and you see how fast it flows down. I mean, that's the easiest way of saying it. And basically what you have is a cylinder that's representative of a very small portion of the aquifer. So you can see how that is very limiting because, there's a huge amount of heterogeneity within the aquifer. The next way of doing it is a slug test, which basically means you put a slug of either water or you can use some form of a, the way to describe it is basically a plug that you put into the well, and the water level jumps up, and then you watch how it comes down. And again, this is very limiting because it really is only looking at the hydraulic conductivity immediately around the well because you're not moving a lot of water. The best way of getting a hydraulic
When you say water level jumps up, did you say you put a slug in and then you put some water on top of it and see how it draws down?
No, what you do actually is you put, there's different ways of doing it, but a slug, usually it basically is like a block that you can put down into the well. So as a result, the water level jumps up because you've added,
Oh, I see.
and then you watch how it comes back. In
Okay.
other words, what the water level as it drains back down.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted. Tell me the third method then.
The third method is through an aquifer test, which is by far the best method. And what you do is you pump the well often for, a day, 2 days. And then even the test wells, pilot test, I mean, that's a very good, that's really an aquifer test in a lot of ways. But at Fort Ord, there's been many wells that have actually, there's aquifer tests. And the best way is to actually have observation wells. So where you pump one well and then you monitor the response in an adjacent well. And you do that for many hours. I've spent hours camped out next to a well pumping for overnight because you can't stop. You have to do it continuously.
So which one of these methods was used to get these measured hydraulic conductivities?
This is a range of different methods. And we tried when we did the analysis and presented this within the GSP to try and use the most reliable methods. So we prioritized values that were based on actual aquifer testing.
Okay, thanks.
The data up by the CMEX site, some of that I believe is based on the actual pilot test. Some of it is based basically on the sediment samples.
Okay, thanks.
Next slide.
And we're now on slide 42.
This is a cross section that's taken directly from Fort Ord. And this AA prime is from the a document that was produced for Fort Ord as they were trying to evaluate how chemicals were migrating in the dune sand aquifer. And it extends basically from the groundwater divide towards the ocean. And what we see in this area is that groundwater flows, basically parallel to this line. And what their intent was to understand better how the chemicals are migrating. And next slide. They identified this.
Slide 43, go ahead.
Yeah, what you can see is I've circled this area where there's basically a decline in the elevation of the Salinas Valley Aquitard. And that's what's been identified as a wave cut terrace. And they hypothesized that that's what caused it because you see it as parallel to the beach across Fort Ord. I can't tell you whether or not it's a wave cut terrace or caused by something else, but what I can tell you is you can see and measure the drop in the elevation of the Salinas Valley Aquitard. And then you can see the extension of the Aquitard moving, still existing further to the beach. And there's actually a little note that says, that's down gradient or west of the wave cut terrace that says they actually used induction logging to verify the location of the Salinas Valley Aquitard.
Okay.
And so, and if you actually go into the document that this is taken from, they say that they did aquifer testing up gradient and down gradient of this location. And in both cases, the hydraulic conductivity was well over 40 feet per day. And it's actually higher down gradient of this terrace, so west of the terrace. What they've identified, and as I said, you can have an argument all day long as to what caused it, and but we can measure that it's there, and that there is not some sort of barrier to flow. The water levels drop off because there's a decline in the Salinas Valley Aquitard. And, people have said, oh, this is a waterfall. Remember, groundwater flows at a foot a day. Don't get this idea that this is a waterfall. This is a decline in the base of the aquitard, which allows water. Basically, it means that there's a steeper gradient in this area. And from a modeling standpoint, you can create that. In order to create that steep gradient, one way of doing it is to place low permeability sediments in that area. And if you're not aware of the geology, that might be what you do first, because that's one way of doing it. It's easier also than trying to define having the layer drop off. Next slide.
Ready to move on?
Yep, next slide.
On to slide 44.
I'm done. This is my last conclusion. And basically that based on, my slides and my presentation and testimony, I don't believe that the modeling that's been conducted to date is adequate to assess the potential impacts of the slant wells to the Monterey and 180-foot aquifer subbasins and MCWD's production wells. What we do know is that the slant wells will extract approximately 17,000 acre-feet per year of groundwater, including freshwater groundwater that exists in the dune sand and the upper 180-foot aquifer that recharges the Monterey subbasin interface zone. The slant wells will depress the groundwater levels along the coast within both the dune sand and 180-foot aquifer inside and outside of the capture zone, which will increase inflows of saline groundwater into these aquifers and increase the extent of seawater intrusion inside as well as outside of the slant well capture zones.
So,
and that concludes.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Again, I'm not super well versed in all of this, but is this fact that I'll say the groundwater levels will be reduced inside and outside the capture zone. Can you tell me the difference? I've heard the term cone of depression. So what's the difference between a capture zone and a cone of depression?
A cone of depression is the drawdown cone. So if we wanted to, we could go back, but so that the groundwater is drawn down usually in pretty radial direction. Basically, that's why it's called the cone of depression. And so in a flat, if there was no gradient, the capture zone and the cone of depression would be equal. You could think of it basically, there would be radial flow to the well if there was zero gradient. And basically the capture zone would end up becoming limited by recharge, but that gets more complicated. But in a case where there were no recharge, you would end up basically having a capture zone that is totally circular. But
Okay.
once you add a gradient, now all of a sudden the well doesn't capture everything that is within the cone of depression.
Got it. So here's my next question. I'm going to just make a note here. Excuse me. My question is, do any of your figures show your estimate of what the cones of depression would be around the Cal-Am slant wells? And I understand it's going to be different depending on the assumptions you make about different gradients, and presumably it's different in the different aquifers. But do you have any figures that show the cones of depression?
Yes, and they're primarily developed by Dr. Todd Kincaid. And so as part of the next presentation, you will see all the different variations that the models identify as the cones of depression within each of the different aquifers.
All right, well, I jumped ahead then. I, as necessary, will ask him those questions. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, well, thank you very much. This did take longer than Mr. Wilkins' estimate, and a lot of it was obviously because I interrupted and asked questions. So, whoops, I flipped my screen so I could look at the slides and lost my camera, but there we go. So obviously I'm not going to penalize MCWD for the fact it took longer since it was due to my questions, but here we are at 11 o'clock. Let's take a 15-minute break, and then and I will get to you, Ms. Muzine. I see your electronic hand is up, but my plan is to take a 15-minute break and then have Dr. Kincaid summarize his testimony. Mr. Wilkins said 30 minutes for that, so hopefully we can finish that before noon and take a noon break and then start with cross-examination this afternoon. So Ms. Muzine, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lilly. Just very briefly, the question about the operation period for the test slant well actually is addressed in Ms. Nelson's direct testimony I believe on page 39 at line 5.
Which it's at exhibit MCWD 2?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, page 39, you said?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe one of the figures that we were looking at is actually set forth on that page as well, and it does confirm the range reflected in the figure of April 2015 through February of 2018 intermittent operation, both in that figure and in the testimony on that page.
Okay, thanks. I figured it was there somewhere. I just couldn't remember.
And Mr. Lilly, just for the record, and Caroline can speak to it too, there was a pump test, a 5-day pump test or a 3-day pump test in February that was very short before it actually went on. So that could be the date that the February date is referring to. But I'll let Ms. Nelson testify. I just want to make it clear for the record that that document should be in the record also somewhere.
Okay, yeah, you might try during the lunch break, you might just find that so we can, obviously you can't testify and I know you're not trying to, but if you can find that site and give it to me just the way Ms. Muzine did for her site, that would be useful. So you said it was a 3-day or 5-day pump test in February of 2015?
That's my recollection, and I'll make sure we get you some documentation for that.
Yeah, why don't you can just find it and then just give me the site on the record, of course, when we reconvene after the lunch break.
No, I just misspoke, Mr. Lilly. I mean, I in my, all the things trying to keep everything in my head, I had thought that it started in February and it in fact started in April, just based on my own memory, was incorrect. And I'm sure that what's in my testimony is correct.
Good. I can't remember what I did last week, so you don't need to apologize for that. And while we're on this, Ms. Nelson, I don't remember whether or not you said anything on the record during our site visit. I know you were there, but you hadn't taken the oath. So I'll just ask you to confirm. If you made any statements that we recorded during the site visit, are those in fact accurate statements?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want a little bit of housekeeping here. All right, so it's now 11:03. We haven't had a break this morning. We don't have a court reporter, so we don't need as long of a break, but let's break until 11:15, and then we'll be ready to go with Dr. Kincaid's slides, which are in exhibit MCWD 118. And we'll do that with the plan to, hopefully he can complete his summary in 30 minutes, plus however much time due to my interruptions. And we'll have a lunch break and we'll start cross-examination this afternoon. So just as a reminder, for this break, don't log off. But if you don't want us to hear what you're saying to your friends, make sure to go on mute, and you can turn off your video camera and then just turn them back on at 11:15, and we'll go ahead then. So thank you.
Mr. Lilly?
Okay, go ahead. Was there something else I missed?
No, I just wanted to alert you that we'd like to discuss cross-examination when it's appropriate in the schedule today.
What do you mean by, who's that who's speaking?
Mr. Osias, I'm sorry.
Oh, for some reason you're not showing up here, but what do you want to?
Well, we didn't ever, well, two things for you to think about on the break. We didn't receive a schedule that identified how much time we'd have for cross-examination, unlike the earlier phase of the hearing. So we don't know what that is.
Okay.
And second, we didn't get the slides until Monday night at 5 o'clock. And so we want to discuss those items with you when it's appropriate to do so. And I didn't want to interrupt this morning when you were speaking to put the direct on and get it done before lunch.
Yeah, okay, well, so let's do this. We'll have the summary from Dr. Kincaid. And then we can discuss those issues, timing of or amounts of time for cross-ex and schedule and so forth. And then we'll take the lunch break and then we'll go forward after lunch.
Thank you.
All right, so we can go ahead and let's go ahead. We'll take 15 minutes. So it's now dragged on. So let's reconvene at 11:20 a.m. and we'll start at that point with Dr. Kincaid's summary. Thank you. All right. It looks like everybody is back. Welcome back. And we will go ahead and continue. We are ready now to proceed with the test or the summary of testimony of Dr. Kincaid, and I see a TRK. I assume, Dr. Kincaid, that is you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, we will change the display to list your name instead of TRK. It just helps us for our record. So, and I'm trying to remember, is it Mr. Brochard? Are you going to handle the questioning for Dr. Kincaid?
Yes, Mr. Lilly.
All right, thank you. So, Dr. Kincaid, please raise your right hand on the screen here. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will be giving in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to ask you. Get all the right exhibit numbers here. Here we go. So is exhibit MCWD 3 your direct testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
And that references exhibit MCWD 18, which was your technical report. And then
yes.
Okay, and then it's exhibit MCWD 90, your rebuttal testimony for this hearing.
Yes, it is.
And that references your, okay. And then I don't think there was a technical report with that rebuttal testimony.
No.
And then it's exhibit MCWD 114, your SIR rebuttal testimony for this hearing.
Yes.
And then exhibit MCWD 115, your technical report to support your SIR rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
All right, thank you. With that, I will ask my staff to display exhibit MCWD 118. And I'm noting, I'll give you an extra minute. I'm noting it 11:25. And Mr. Brochard, you may proceed with your questions for Dr. Kincaid to summarize his testimony. And just, I'm sure you were listening this morning, Dr. Kincaid, but you can just say next slide whenever you're ready to go to the next slide, and I will try to note slide numbers so the record is clear. And with that, you may proceed, Mr. Brochard.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Just one more housekeeping thing. Dr. Kincaid, is exhibit MCWD 17 your resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Can you, using the slides in front of you, which is MCWD 118, can you please give us a summary of your testimony?
Yes. Yes, of course. Thank you. I know you've, Mr. Lilly, you've seen all of these, so I'll try to, as we've talked about, I'll try to go through them very briefly and quickly. And of course, if there's a question at any point, please stop me. But what I would like to do is just kind of set the stage here and say that what these slides represent is the culmination of work that I was asked to do with regard to this case, which focused on an analysis of the various versions of the North Marina groundwater model. And for the purposes of my testimony, to be clear, I consider there to be a North Marina groundwater model and then multiple different versions of that model that have been adapted by different people, some of which including myself and my team. But fundamentally, they are representative of the same model construction, or the model attempt at modeling and predicting what's going to happen as a consequence of pumping at the slant wells.
Okay, and that's a really important clarification. So I appreciate that. So as appropriate when you're talking, try not to just say the model, but say which version you're talking about. And again, my understanding is in particular, the 2016 North Marina groundwater model, at least part of it was a superposition model, where the 2022 model is not a superposition model. So there's some pretty important distinctions here. So I appreciate your clarification and continue to make it as necessary.
I will. I will, and thank you. And then the other thing occurred to me to say is that when I'm hired to review a model like this, essentially I try my best to be independent and have my team and I first and foremost just take the model apart, look at the model, evaluate it, and then run our own independent analyses with it that we think would be appropriate to run and perform in order to answer the questions that have been posed, which in this case, of course, are what are the impacts to inland groundwater resources associated with the proposed slant well pumping. And then along the way, as needed, and then after the fact in preparation for specific testimonies, go back and look at the supporting documentation to see how that model was described. So with that said, I just like to say that my testimony will focus on the 7 things here. I know you've already had a chance to review these 7 items.
Let's go to slide 2 so we have them up.
Oh, yes. Sorry, please go to slide number 2. And then generally speaking, these cover 2 separate topics. The first purpose here is to evaluate or critique the 2022 version of the North Marina groundwater model. And what I intend to do is demonstrate that it remains poorly calibrated and is now what I believe to be conceptually flawed. In the second part of my testimony, I'll describe some of the analyses that my team and I have performed using the various versions of the North Marina groundwater model. That's to say the 2016 version, which, as you point out, was included a superposition form, but the 2016 version of the model was actually itself a transient groundwater model, very similar to the 2022 model that we will be discussing. And from that attempt at calibration, they converted it to superposition in order to perform the types of scenario analyses that they did. So that and by that I refer to hydrofocus. Then there were the Weiss derivatives of the superposition model. And my team and I created or adapted a couple of those derivatives as well to evaluate things like different hydraulic gradients. And then finally, I will be referring to the 2022 version of the model in which we created an equivalent steady state model. And because of the lack of time here, we were unable to run the transient model itself to do the different analyses that we did. So we created an equivalent steady state model that I'll describe to perform and to look at the probable impacts of the proposed slant well pumping on inland groundwater resources that extract from the 180-foot aquifer. And I think most importantly, what I intend to show is that the 2022 model overstates the reliability and understates the reliability of the modeling effort as a whole and understates the probable impacts. So with that, could we go to the next slide?
All right, we're now on slide 3. Go ahead.
So with this slide, just give me 1 second. Sorry, so I can follow along. Basically, what I wanted to do is the very first thing that we do in an analysis of a model is to look at the state of calibration. And more than anything else, the state of calibration is from my perspective, is a way of qualitatively looking at and stating how reliable the model predictions are. All models are uncertain, have a certain degree of uncertainty and an appreciable degree of uncertainty associated with them. But the overall calibration status lends some idea to what that uncertainty is and where the models might be useful and might be misleading in terms of their predictions. So there's 3 fundamental ways to evaluate calibration that are, from my perspective, standard. One is to look at the residuals between observed and computed values. In the case of this particular model, those are limited to heads. In some other models, they would be heads and flows, and sometimes heads and flows and velocities. But in this case, the observed data set were heads collected over the transient period or a portion of the transient period of analysis. and the objective is to compare those to the computed values. And we use what's called a relative error to describe that, which is the root mean square error divided by the total range in observed heads. And just in general, they used a calibration criteria. They stated a calibration criteria of 15%. And in my experience, 15% is fairly relaxed or permissive criteria. And in fact, if we look back at the 2015 report, or the report that was generated for the 2015 version of the North Marina groundwater model, Geoscience had used a 10% criterion as their calibration objective. But in any case, what I do is look at not only just the model as a whole, but specifically look at how the model is doing spatially. So that's the second form of analysis, is to look at how the calibration performs spatially, and then the third is to look at the statistical distribution of those. So here, what I'll point out is that if we look at the calibration status for the lower dune sand aquifer layer 4 and the 180-foot aquifer layer 5, the relative error is described at the top right of the individual plots. And the plots show the observed head, the simulated head relative to the observed head, so observed on the x-axis and simulated on the y. If the model was a perfect fit, all the blue dots would be located along the red dashed line that is described as the perfect fit line. And then the relative error, which is the root mean square error divided by the observed range for this particular, for the layer depicted, is shown at the top right corner of each of the graphs. So for these two instances, the root mean square is 26.1 and 20.9%. So in these cases, the calibration criteria is not meeting the objective criterion. So if we go from here to the next slide, please.
Can you just explain, Dr. Kincaid, on that last slide? There's a red dotted line, which is labeled perfect fit, and then there's a black dotted line labeled linear, one for each layer. What are each of those?
Okay, so the red dashed line would be as is labeled here, would be the perfect fit. In other words, if the model perfectly simulated the observed values, all of the blue points would be lined up on that red dash line. So
okay.
It would just look like a heavy
one,
blue,
right?
And the R squared would be 1, yes.
So while you're on that, I'm confused because for the first graph, it looks like there are a lot more blue dots below the perfect fit line than above the perfect fit line. And for the second graph, it's the other way around. There are way more blue dots above the perfect fit line than below it. And I would think there would be sort of a uniform distribution. So what am I missing here?
Well, actually, you're not missing anything. So that will be part of what I discuss. That's the third, another form of evaluating the criteria or the calibration status, which is the statistical distribution of errors or residuals. And the goal or the expectation for a non-biased model would be that just as you described, the blue values would be equally distributed about the perfect fit line. So they would be normally distributed. And the fact that you're seeing them deviate to one side or the other of the model is indicating the degree to which the model favors a under prediction or over prediction of the observed heads.
Okay, so the linear line is basically with them evenly distributed.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the black dash line is the trend line generated from the points from which the R square value is computed. So these plots were created. I created these plots in Excel.
Okay, thank you. You may go ahead to slide. Next will be on slide 4.
And if we go to slide 4, this would jump to that third form of evaluating the calibration first. And just as we described, or what you had just described, or we talked about earlier, this is looking at the statistical distribution of the residuals. And again, the goal or the objective or a measure of quality of the model would be reliability of the model would be if the errors are normally distributed, meaning that the model is as likely to overpredict as it is to underpredict. And so in this case, I've just graphically depicted what a normal distribution might look like on each of these plots, and that is the red lines. And then the bar graphs are the bars are the counts of residuals for the respective layers that are produced from the model. So in each of these, you can see that the residuals are not normally distributed. And if you look at the overall trend, we can see that the model overpredicts in layer 2, it underpredicts in layer 4, and then overpredicts again in layer 5. So that's, again, kind of what we were just talking about on the previous slide. And I should point out here that when I went back and looked at the report relative to the analysis that I had done, I saw that the report in CalAm 89 does show histograms for each of the layers. And those histograms give an impression of a normal distribution. But if you look more closely, the bins used for the residuals are 20 or even 30 feet in magnitude. So it doesn't reveal the statistical distribution of the points. And we can move on to the next slide, please.
Okay, we're on slide 5.
On slide 5, I've gone back to the layer by layer evaluation of the calibration status. And here I'm showing all layers at the lower left-hand corner, and then layer 2, the next one to the right, and then they go from top to bottom after that. Layer 4 and 5, and then 7 and 9 are below them. And again, if we use that same, this is the same strategy. So the relative error in all cases is shown at the top right corner of each of the plots. The red dashed line is the perfect fit line. And then the R-square value is shown on the plot. What we can see here is that if we look at them on an individual aquifer basis, the relative error meets the stated calibration criteria. What fails that calibration criteria in 3 of these layers, layers 4, layer 5, and layer 9, all fail to meet that calibration criteria. And we can see that the errors are not normally distributed, as is reflected by the position of the blue dots relative to the line, relative to the red line, I should say. So what the point I want to make here is that the model is not well calibrated, which essentially doesn't necessarily mean we can't use the model to inform us about how the world might behave under different conditions, but it does clearly tell us that there is uncertainty with respect to these predictions, and we should not be looking at these predictions from any of the versions of the model as a highly probable depiction of reality. So, and that would be, I like to say, I think I'm from Florida. I'm pretty familiar with looking at hurricane tracks. And if you've ever seen those, you see the results of many models and then essentially a zone that reflects the highest probability, as is reflected by where all of the models agree. So in this case, we have one model, but many versions. And my general perspective is to look at all of these models and then think that the likely reality is somewhere in between what each of the models predicts. So if we can go on to the next slide.
Okay, we're on slide 6.
So slide 6 and the next couple of slides, I'm going to show the spatial distribution of residuals. So here, what I'm showing is the relative error calculated at each of these wells. So as a transient model, each well, there were many measurements at each well. And on the previous plots, so for your review, I believe I've listed the number of measurements that are associated with each well in the calibrated version, or in the model calibration. So we can actually calculate a residual or a relative error for each of the wells individually. And we can use that as a way to look at the spatial distribution of those errors. And once again, in order to see that your model doesn't have any spatial bias, one would expect or try to reach a state in which the spatial distributions are random. So we don't see that the model favors one area over another in terms of its predictive capability. That sometimes, or quite often, you know, as modelers, we're obviously unable to get perfect fit. That is definitely an expectation and commonality. So one of the things that we would then look at is well, what are the spatial distributions of errors relative to the areas for which we care most about? In other words, the areas where we're making predictions and there are going to be our predictions are consequential. In other words, where people care and the decisions are being affected by our modeling results. So here, what I'm going to do is show the spatial distribution of residuals as marked by the relative error at each of the wells that were used in the calibration of this particular layer depicted. And I'm going to show them relative to the capture zone for this proposed slant wells, which in this slide are depicted as the green lines on the top sort of left portion of the colored map. And the capture zone is defined by particle tracks that were exported or that we exported from the steady state version of the 2022 model that I mentioned that we had put together or that we had created. So the particle tracks were exported, and now we can see that in this case, where the model says the capture zone in layer 2 will be, the upper dune sand aquifer, relative to the predicted heads in the dune sand aquifer for, in this case, scenario 3, which is the colored field. So we can see the high heads in the area of the dune sand and then the heads decreasing in all directions. And then we can see that relative to the relative errors in the wells that were used for the calibration effort. And so here we can see that the smallest errors are distant from the area of concern, but that overall we have the distribution of errors is not favoring one over another. Now, if we go to the next layer or next slide, please.
Okay, so we're on slide 7 now.
Yes, in this slide, showing I'm stepping down a layer. This is now the lower dune sand aquifer, layer 4 from the 2022 version of the model. And we're seeing the particle tracks, so the capture zone in layer 4 relative to the errors. There were 4 wells used for calibration, and we can see that on an individual basis, none of them did very well or in terms of the stated calibration criteria. None of them met the criteria. Now we can move on to the next slide.
Okay, we're on slide 8.
On slide 8, we'll go down to the layer 5, which represents the 180-foot aquifer. Now we're looking at the particle tracks depicting the capture zone for layer 5 in scenario 3 relative to the relative errors for the wells. You can see that the largest errors in this case are located in the southern portion of the model domain in the vicinity of the MCWD. So generally speaking, the expectation here would be that reliability, if we take these as a measure of potential or probable reliability, we're getting less reliable as we get further away and getting towards the MCWD's wells. And let's go to the next slide, please. I won't talk about this I won't talk about this one in detail because Ms. Nelson spoke in detail about this. But in essence, another way of looking at calibration, which is to look at how the model, if you have the ability to compare real world measurements of the actual processes that you're intending to simulate against the computed values, then this provides a very excellent opportunity to evaluate potential error. And that's what this plot is essentially an adaptation of the graphs that Ms. Nelson depicted. And here I just want to point out that when we look at drawdown, so drawdown being the model's ability to reflect how the aquifer water levels are likely to change or will change in response to pumping. That's what this graph, what we can infer from that. we can compare the computed drawdown against the observed drawdown. And in this case, the model is only simulating between 37 and 55% of that observed drawdown. So there are many reasons for this that could contribute to this inability to predict. One of which could be the size or the resolution of the model. The model uses a 200 by 200 foot grid size to make its simulation. But regardless of the reason, the inability to simulate the observed drawdown, or as is depicted in the previous slides, the inability to meet the calibration criteria reflects uncertainty in the model's ability to predict these particular things. So in this case, uncertainty in the model's ability to predict drawdown. So if we were to take this opportunity to look at measured versus computed values, here we get the idea that the model may be under predicting drawdown by as much as 50%. So this gives us this ability to look at the, again, reliability of the model. The other thing I should state is that modeling is very subjective. So any model almost necessarily has to include as many or more assumptions about different processes than are defined by data, because the model covers a larger area than is typically defined explicitly by data, and sometimes has to cover processes that have not been measured. So that's not not uncharacteristic of modeling as a whole, but I should say that there are many tools available to modelers in order to address these types of things. And for instance, if the resolution of drawdown, if you wanted a higher resolution of drawdown, you could have obtained that through using a finer numerical grid. So there were options to do that, and this model didn't include those. So if we go to the next slide.
All right, we're on slide 10. Go ahead.
On slide 10, I want to talk about the conceptualization of the model. So generally speaking, in terms of calibration effort, we, of course, try to match observed information. In the process of doing that, we have to change, we often will change the what we call the parameterization of the model. And this particular slide is showing the way the model was parameterized with respect to hydraulic conductivity. The model is also parameterized with respect to other processes, hydrologic processes, such as recharge, such as the geometric shape and thickness of the individual aquifers and confining units or aquatards that are being simulated. So all of these things go into the design and parameterization of the model. In this case, looking at the hydraulic conductivities, which hydraulic conductivity is the propensity or the capacity of the aquifer to transmit water. So one of the things I'm showing on the bottom left is the articulation or the parameterization of hydraulic conductivity in layer 2 for the 2016 version of the North Marina groundwater model. So this was the version that was calibrated to the data at the time. And then those hydraulic conductivities that you see depicted were used to create, or in the creation of the superposition model. So essentially the transition from the calibrated model, the purpose of calibration there was to arrive at these hydraulic conductivities. The purpose of the superposition model was to use these hydraulic conductivities to predict things like drawdown. So in this case, we look in particular, there's two things that caught my eye and I spoke about at that time, was that number one, you see a parameterization that has heterogeneity in the ocean. Generally speaking, the hydraulic conductivity zones reflect areas where data suggests that the material should have a different property, or for which heads were measured and you needed to change the properties in order to achieve calibration. And looking at that, we see heterogeneity in the ocean that, as far as I can tell, has not been reflected by data that's actually been collected in the ocean. So it's demonstrative of the fact that hydraulic conductivities were largely driven, the assignment and spatial distribution of hydraulic conductivities were largely driven explicitly to achieve calibration. So one of the things we try to guard against is what's called over parameterization, in which in this case, the hydraulic conductivities the distribution and magnitude end up being not plausible relative to what we know conceptually or what we know from data about the aquifers or the area being simulated. So when we look at in particular at the zones, the orange and green zones in the lower left hand portion, sort of lower center portion of the 2016 version, so still on the graphic in the lower left portion of the model, we can see that roughly 25 to 30% of that dune sand area is represented by 4, and then and that's the orange block, and then the green block immediately adjacent to that is represented by a 2. Generally, these are hydraulic conductivities. These are hydraulic conductivities in feet per day, and they are more indicative of lower permeable sediments like silt rather than sands. That was one of the critiques or one of the criticisms of the 2016 version. And one of the things that Weiss did in his work was to experiment with raising those hydraulic conductivities in that area in what he described as the direction of reasonableness. In other words, to raise those hydraulic conductivities from numbers that are more consistent with silt to numbers that are more consistent with sand, which is conceptualized as how the dune sand aquifer is, of course, conceptualized. So as we move into the Weiss models, one of the things that we saw that happened was that Weiss raised the hydraulic conductivities there by an order of magnitude. He also did some things to facilitate the model simulation of flow over the side. I know in the previous testimony there was some discussion about the Salinas Valley aquitard and flow dropping off of where the aquitard is a higher elevation to where it's a lower elevation. So some of the work that Weiss did was aimed at simulating those characteristics as the data suggests them to be. Now, as we move into the 2022 model, which is the graphic that takes up the larger portion, the larger graphic that occupies the upper right-hand corner of the screen, we can see that the hydraulic conductivities in the right-hand portion of the DSA, number one, the zones are fairly similar in shape. But if we look at the value assigned to what was the green zone in the 2016 model is now a blue zone in the 2022 model. The value now is 25 feet per day, so it's been raised by more than an order of magnitude. But immediately adjacent to that is the pink zone that has a hydraulic conductivity of 2 feet per day. From my perspective, this right out the gate looked, and I said, well, number one, they moved these values in the opposite direction that Weiss suggested. So away from a direction of reasonableness for values that are consistent with sands. And number two, functionally, I just look at this and I can see that we have at least an order of magnitude and actually 2 orders of magnitude change in hydraulic conductivities from the ocean, where you can see 160 feet per day to 625 feet per day to then 20, and then 2 is that big jump down, and then immediately above that a jump up. So essentially what this design does is it favors northward flow. It basically inhibits the flow west from the recharge area and the dune sand aquifer towards the ocean. It favors flow from the ocean to the slant wells, or from the northern portion of the model domain to the slant wells. So that's how these hydraulic conductivities just immediately look to be configured.
So Dr. Kincaid, on the little figure on the left, it's got the whole rectangle shown.
Yes.
And then there's a line that kind of goes in the middle. It's kind of goes down and then has a bend, and then kind of is a wavy line down to the bottom. Is that the shoreline?
Yes, sir. That's the shoreline. So essentially,
Okay.
Left side of that would be the submerged or the undersea portion of the layers as represented in the model.
So why didn't you show the seaward portion in the right figure the way you showed it in the left figure?
I'm not actually sure why we chose not to do that. I think I was trying to zoom in on the dune sand aquifer at that point. so that we could see, better see those characteristics.
Okay.
But generally speaking, the zones are very similar in geometric shape from one layer to the next, but the values have been modified.
Okay, I understand. You can, unless you have anything else, you can go on to the next slide.
Thank you.
I mean, I know you're trying to provide detail, and what you're saying is very clear, but try to say a little bit less about each slide, because it's going to take a lot longer than we really anticipated.
All right.
So we're now on slide 11. Go ahead.
And slide 11. Wait. The slide. There we go. I just want to.
There we go.
I want to show what this essentially means. So here, what we've done is use particle tracks to depict what the model actually says will happen to the flows. So again, I'm showing the capture zones on the upper left. So in this case, it's layer 2, upper dune sand aquifer. We can see all the particle tracks here reflecting flow in the dune sand aquifer. The ones in the upper left are backward particle tracks, as I described, that represent the capture zone for the wells. So you can see where the model says the water is coming from to get to the wells. And then on the right, what we've done is seeded basically the block of the dune sand aquifer, the higher conductivity zone, with starting points, and then ask the model to tell us where the groundwater will flow if it starts from those points. So essentially, we're tracking or tracing the path of recharge that would be entering into the dune sand aquifer, and where that recharge or where that groundwater will flow as it moves through the ground. The green represents flow through layer 2. The purple represents water particles that have traveled vertically down past the Salinas Valley Aquitard into the into the 180-foot aquifer, or into layer 4 upper dune sand aquifer, and then where they go from there. So in this case, the purple represents flow in the 180-foot aquifer. So basically, what we can see is that the effect of that 2 hydraulic conductivity zone is just as Ms. Nelson described it, as a dam. Water flows, it hits the dam, it goes vertically, and then it goes in the opposite direction away from the project area. So this is an example where the parameterization of the model, though it may have achieved a better calibration in terms of a measure or a comparison between observed and computed heads in layer 2, it has done so at the expense of a plausible configuration of groundwater flow directions. So that's an example where of an over-parameterized model. So if we can go on to the next 2 slides, I'm just going to show the pattern of groundwater flow again relative to the predicted capture zone in the next slide, which is showing layer 4. The capture zone
just for the record, we're on slide 12 now. Go ahead.
So the only thing that's changed here is the capture zone that's depicted in the upper left. So now we can see the capture zone in layer 4. Again, this big separation between the ability of the recharge water to flow into the aquifer and in towards the project area and the capture zone. And if we go down to the next slide.
Slide 13.
Slide 13 now shows the shape of and the size of the capture zone as defined by particle tracks in layer 5, which in this case represents the 180-foot aquifer. So again, the effect of this hydraulic conductivity dam is to separate the simulated recharge that's occurring into the upper dune sand aquifer from being able to get to the ocean or to the project area. And if we move now to the next slide, number 14.
Just so I'm clear, Dr. Kincaid, on slide 13, you can go back to slide 13, please. The hydraulic conductivities that are shown for the different areas, those are of the dune sand aquifer.
Yes.
And then the particle tracks, are those from the dune sand aquifer into the 180-foot aquifer?
Yes, they are. So what I'm showing is this multiple slides are just showing the different predicted capture zones relative to this distribution of flow. So we remember the conceptual model, the source of fresh water, I think at contention here, is recharge in the dune sand aquifer. So recharge occurring inland and potentially flowing towards the ocean is one of the major things at issue. So the degree to which the proposed slant wells can capture that flow determines how much fresh water will be impacted by the pumping.
Okay, so the only change between slides 11, 12, and 13 is the depiction of the simulated capture zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and that's because you're showing the capture zone in each of the three aquifers. So now I understand that. We may come back to this with
Okay.
follow-up questions. I'll say it's not entirely clear to me or my colleagues how these simulated flow paths really are depicted. I mean, our problem is there are no arrows on them, so we can't really see what the flow paths are supposed to be showing.
Okay, I understand that. So what we're seeing here is the result of, I can't remember how many particles we used, but I would say hundreds of particles starts. I located across the blue portion of the dune sand aquifer, so the 25 foot per day hydraulic conductivity zone. And then we said, if the particle starts here, where does it go after it leaves? And it's colored in green when it's traveling through layer 2. And it's colored in what you can't see because the flow then is vertical, is like a maroon color, which would be where it travels through layer 3. And then a blue color, which you can see just a hint of right next to the 2, which is where it's traveling through layer 4. And then the purple color is where it's traveling through layer 5. And then it moves actually from there. Again, you wouldn't see it because it would be vertical, layer 6. And then the sort of aqua green color, which is located at the northern part or the upper part of the graphic on the east. You can see some of the purple turns to the color green, which is where the particles are now actually flowing in layer 7, so the 400-foot aquifer. So generally speaking, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say that makes sense, but the problem is there are no arrows here, so we sort of can see where the flow is in, I'll say primarily in layer 2, layer 5, and layer 7. But I still don't. I mean, I guess you've added a red arrow here for layer 2, but is the red arrow at the bottom for layer that kind of curves from the bottom then to the left? Is that for layer 2, and then the arrow above that goes generally to the right? Is that for layer 5?
In layer 5, yes, it is. So essentially, what I'm trying to show here is difficult because we use so many particles. But I'm trying to show that flow that originates at the top of the dune sand, so at the mound, as expected, actually, it would be flowing both directions off of the mound. So it flows westward, north and west, towards the ocean. But then when it reaches the 2 zone, it can't get any further. It doesn't go any further. From there, it goes vertically down into layer 5. And then flows to the northeast. So that's what those 2 red arrows are intended to represent.
The first one's the flow in layer 2, and the second one's the flow in layer 5.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I realize it's a little hard to depict 3 dimensions on a 2-dimensional figure, but thank you for the clarification. And you may go, if you're ready, you can go on to slide 14 now.
Okay, and just to be clear, all of the particles, they are the same, showing in what layer they're flowing. But for the capture zone, the direction is to the wells. So in that case, all of the particles are flowing, all of those flow paths are flowing to the wells.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's now fairly clear. It just, we had trouble because there aren't any arrows showing for these flow paths. But anyway, you can go ahead.
If we move then on to slide number 14,
Okay, we'll put slide 14 up there. Go ahead.
So slide 14, I mean, going back and reading the report, there was this section that documented and said that the lower hydraulic conductivity values were supported by some measurements that were taken at the Monterey landfill. Those measurements were, at least some of which were laboratory scale tests. And so what we did is looked up the location of the Monterey landfill and see that it is located here where we see that. There's a couple of things that I want to point out here. Number one is that hydraulic conductivity, and you and Ms. Nelson had some discussion of this, but hydraulic conductivity is widely known to be a scale-dependent parameter, which basically means that the capacity of the aquifer to transmit water or to convey water or fluid is known to be larger over larger scales of investigation. So if the way I like to think of it is if you could imagine, I think it's pretty, at least for me, it's pretty easy to imagine that aquifers are heterogeneous. So a mixture of materials that have different hydraulic conductivities. So the larger the scale of that aquifer that you're able to test, the more probable it is that at least some of that test will touch higher hydraulic conductivity or higher permeability zones. So as you go from a small scale test, so in exactly the same aquifer from a laboratory scale permeameter test up to a slug test, which measures the aquifer at a slightly bigger scale or a bigger scale of investigation, about the borehole scale, up to a pumping test, which now measures kind of the scale over which you constructed your pumping test. And then finally to something like a modeling investigation. The expectation is that higher and higher magnitude hydraulic conductivities would become more representative of the process of groundwater flow through that domain. So I just want to point that out. So the fact that we have seen that there are reported small or lower hydraulic conductivity values in one portion of the domain isn't a good justification for the assignment of a very low, uncharacteristically low hydraulic conductivity value, especially when it results in a deviation from what is more widely understood to be the conceptual, the flow pattern, which is flow from the dune sand aquifer area of recharge westward towards the ocean, and then with some downward component into the 180 along its way. So so with that, I just want to point that out spatially where we are. And then we go down to slide 15, please.
Okay, we're on slide 15. Go ahead.
On slide 15, one of the things that we always wanted to do, again, looking at the parameterization of the model, is look at how recharge was assigned. In this case, for the 2022 model, actually, as was the case for the 2016 model, the recharge assignments, some are part of what were described as the source sink assignments. Those were extracted from a larger regional model. In the case of the 2016 version of the model, those were extracted from the Salinas Valley integrated ground and surface water model. And in the case of the 2022 version, they were extracted from a Salinas Valley integrated model that was developed by Mr. Durbin. In the case, it's not at all uncommon to use a larger model to estimate values, particularly at boundaries of a smaller scale model. In my experience, it's a little less common to pull the source sink terms out directly. It makes it more complicated to evaluate. So what we did here is we pulled out the component of the source sink terms that were defined as in some way as recharge. So all of the little dots shown on the map are essentially wells that were assigned in the 2022 version of the model. And those wells carried injection rates, and those rates were tagged in the spreadsheets that we received as being supposed to be demonstrative of recharge. So when we, then what we did is we pulled those in spatially, and then as a way to compare and evaluate these individual pumping rates and convert them into a measure, a unit measurement that we use more typically to describe recharge, which would be inches per year. What we did is we took those pumping rates, which are in cubic feet per day, and then we looked at them spatially relative to the hydraulic conductivity zones as they were described for layer 2. So these should look fairly similar by now. I've shown them in the previous slides. And then we've summed the total amount of assigned recharge in cubic feet per day, and then divided that by the area, and then by 365 to average it over the year. And we get an equivalent measure of recharge for the zones as they're colored here in inches per year. And so here what we can see is that the distribution of recharge is not uniform, which is not uncharacteristic. But it caught my eye that the lowest area of recharge is the area in question, which is the dune sand aquifer recharge area. Some of the lowest portion of the recharge assignment is in that overall area, and it differs considerably from the 5 inches per year that was simulated by Weiss. So I just wanted to show that in terms of what we're talking about when we talk about the 2022 version of the North Marina groundwater model. If we could go to,
and what, I don't know if you can give a short answer to this. If you can't, just let me know, because I don't want a long answer now. But what effect do these different recharge values have on the model results?
Well, they limit the amount of fresh water that is moving into the domain. So if you have a larger, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second here, which was, I think, the results of one of the takeaways from Weiss's work. But essentially what we see is that the OWP and the size of the capture zone, the size and spatial relationship of the capture zone, are both affected by the amount of recharge that occurs. So if we think about these spatially or temporally, we can think that the impacts to inland groundwater resources are likely to change between dry periods and wet periods. And then in this case, what I'm saying is that the 2022 version of the North Marina groundwater model is akin to a Weiss version of the model that would have simulated about 1.1 inches of recharge per year. So that's the purpose of this. So we're looking at a fairly small, a significantly lower than what has been reported as average recharge for the area in terms of those simulations.
Okay, and you're probably covering this some on your next slide. So why don't you go ahead to slide 16.
On slide 16, I'm going to go back now and talk about the 2016 version and the Weiss versions, and effectively go straight to what we were just speaking of, which is an evaluation of how hydraulic variation affects what we can expect to see the impacts to be in terms of the proposed pumping. So in this case, what I'm doing is showing different depictions of the capture zones as defined again by particle tracks exported from these from different versions or different scenarios of the North Marina groundwater model. On the left, I'm showing particle tracks that were exported directly from the 2016 North Marina groundwater model, superposition form of that model, that were created to simulate different gradients. And those are the different colors of the particle tracks shown. The colored lines are the capture zones that were defined in the reporting on that model. And then on the right are essentially the same thing that are extracted from Weiss versions of the North Marina groundwater, the superposition form of the model, or Weiss versions of the North Marina groundwater model, that were intended to show the effect of recharge on those capture zones. So that's essentially what we're looking at. And here what we can see is that the capture zones under both, under both sets, both the 2016 models and the Weiss versions of those models, the capture zones get bigger as the gradient gets smaller. So why this is relevant is it means that under lower hydraulic gradient configurations, as might be expected as people move towards more compliance or closer compliance with the goals and objectives of Sigma, the expectation should be, no matter what model or no matter which modeler you're talking about, the expectation should be that the capture zones will get larger and that they will enlarge in the landward extent. And then the other thing that is the takeaway from this is that when you add recharge to this scenario, those capture zones also get larger.
Okay, so two questions, Dr. Kincaid. And again, I'm asking more questions now than I did before because I'm starting to get more up to speed on all of this. But I do remember that your write-up, and I think Ms. Nelson's write-up about the different gradients that were assumed in the different, I'll say, scenarios for the Weiss modeling. And what I'm confused about is for each scenario, there seems to be one gradient number. And my question is, what aquifer is that gradient number applied to?
In the case that we looked at, the gradients were applied to the 180-foot aquifer.
Okay, so that's what Weiss did?
Yeah, at least I think there were scenarios in which the gradients were also applied to the lower aquifer as well. But our focus was on the application or the definition of gradients in the 180-foot aquifer.
Okay, thank you. That's because I know that there has been testimony that at least the Dune Sand aquifer has a very different gradient from the 180 aquifer.
Yeah, that's correct. And in this case, what we're comparing then is the effect of recharge is really to create the seaward gradient in the dune sand aquifer. It establishes a seaward gradient in layer 2, and that then contributes fresh water to the into the capture zone area that can be picked up.
So that was my next question. I'm going to write this down. And if I'm misstating what Mr. Leffler said, I apologize, and he'll certainly have a chance to clear this up. But basically, my understanding of what Mr. Leffler said was, at least for the 2016 superposition model, which I think is what you're talking about here, it was not appropriate to add a recharge term because the boundary conditions already effectively included the effects of recharge. So I'm going to put you on the spot here and bear with me, but if you don't think that's what Mr. Leffler said, please correct me because I may not understand it. But if you do think that's what he said, what is your response?
I do think that is what he said, and my response is that I disagree with that.
Okay, why is that?
Well, because essentially what we're looking at, the superposition, we've gotten these sort of various versions of the model. So when we go to it, when we're talking about a calibrated model, the objective of course is to simulate some subset of reality that is represented in the calibration data set. And so recharge and boundary conditions and hydraulic conductivity assignments, storage assignments, layer geometries, layer thicknesses are all part of the model design that can be varied and tweaked or changed according to data that describes each of those things and according to what is needed to as best as possible simulate what you've observed in the real world condition. Once you get that and you feel like you have a calibrated you feel like you have a model that you're confident in. What you're really saying is that you're confident in the distribution of parameters. And then we can go back and we can look at sensitivity or scenario analyses that say, all right, now that we think we have a model that is reasonably reliable in terms of its ability to predict the physics, the process of groundwater flow through this particular domain, we can now use it to evaluate how those groundwater flow patterns and the impacts to particular sensitive receptors are likely to change according to variations that we it did not account for or didn't include in our calibration process. So in the process of this whole thing, what we've done is we've gone from the calibrated versions of the model, the effort to create a reliable distribution of parameters. And then we moved in with the 2016 model, we moved to a superposition form, which flattens everything. And it says, given these hydraulic conductivities, what will be the drawdown? So that would be a simple thing. And the objective there is to vary only one parameter, in this case, pumping, and evaluate what happens to the simulated condition in question, in this case, drawdown or head, as a consequence of that pumping. And so that was done with the superposition. And then we would say, okay, now that we've done that, we might want to use that same simplified model to evaluate how the system is likely to change in response to other hydraulic parameters, such as hydraulic gradient. So in that case, what we did is we took that simplified, or what was done was that simplified superposition form of the model was taken and then subjected to a predefined hydraulic gradient by establishing boundary conditions on the western and the eastern side of the model domain to establish the overall gradient that is depicted. So when you say a gradient 0.0011, what has happened is you've taken, or the simplified version of the model has been taken, and then the boundary conditions have been adapted. The boundary elevation, the head assignments at the boundaries have been assigned such that you establish a regional gradient, landward gradient in the 180-foot aquifer of 0.0011. And then according to the different numbers, you change the eastern boundary. You're not changing the ocean. So you change the head assigned at the eastern boundary to reflect, to get your desired gradient computations or your gradient simulations. So now we can look at simply how does the capture zone change according to, how does it change relative to hydraulic gradient? So we're looking again at how one simulated thing changes as a consequence of changes in something else.
Okay, and so that's what Weiss did, and I understand that. And clearly, as you reduce I'll say the inward or landward gradient in the 180-foot aquifer, the capture zone size increases. So far, so good. But then, what's your response to Mr. Leffler's comment that, but if you add recharge on top of that, you're double counting it because it's effectively already included in your boundary conditions?
Like I said, I disagree with that, because essentially what you want to do now, those have all been taken out of the superposition model. Now what you want to do is establish, now that we know what's happening to gradient, we can take any one of those gradient assignments and then make changes to the recharge. And so you go from 0 assigned recharge in the superposition model, and then you can assign another value, and you can say, okay, well, if we have 2 inches of recharge, what do we see happen? If we have 5 inches of recharge, what do we see happen? And then we can develop a trend. So the purpose here of all of these superposition models, and I kind of go back to my assessment of reliability, is really not to depict what the capture zone is going to be. Like, I don't have much faith in any of these depictions that the capture zone will be what is depicted on the map. But what I do have some faith in is what is likely to happen to the capture zone as a consequence of these variables that are being changed. So if the purpose of any of these models was to define a line on a map that somebody was going to be regulated on, like if this was a aquifer protection zone or a wellhead protection zone, and people on one side get disenfranchised relative to the other, then the spatial position of the line and the accuracy of that would be very much in question. I believe that the reliability, as I've stated, for this model is pretty poor. And so the reliability of where those lines occur is pretty low. But when we look at the change, which in effect is what Mr. Weiss was really trying to do, is look at, well, if we better simulate recharge, which in his opinion, when he looked at the heads as reflected in the steady state version of the superposition version or the gradient versions of the 2016 model, he saw that those heads were very grossly low relative to the observed heads in the dune sand aquifer. So essentially his conclusion, which I agree with, is that the model wasn't, since it didn't have any recharge, is that there needed to be a mechanism to keep heads higher in order to reasonably simulate what those process would be. And I believe that in part was his justification for adding recharge. And then along the way, he realized that we could change that recharge to evaluate how different recharge values will affect the size and shape of the capture zones. And so again, not to reiterate and take up more time, but just to be really clear, I don't believe that these models, and it's certainly not the way I'm using these models, I'm not using any of these models to depict or say that this is where the capture zone will be. It's simply to state how the capture zone is likely to change in the presence of varying hydraulic conditions. And that's why I disagree with Mr. Leffler in that we can't evaluate how changes in recharge are likely to affect the size and shape and position of the capture zone if we don't vary recharge. So it's perhaps a semantics thing. And I also don't believe that nothing is, quote, baked into a model design.
Okay, so that is helpful. So I guess my follow-up question, and I'm eating up cross-examination time here, but this is where I am right now. This is important. So my next question is, in Weiss's approach, which you said you agreed with, if you add recharge to make a scenario which you believe is necessary to make the simulation of the dune sand aquifer more accurate, do you have to also then make an adjustment in the boundary conditions that affect gradient to avoid a double counting?
Well, in that case, the gradient was changed in the 180-foot aquifer. So the way I like to think of it is imagine what you're basically saying is that imagine that we have a plane that dips at different angles, and what we're saying is that how is, in this case, recharge. If we add more recharge and we hold that plane constant, how does that addition of recharge affect the size and shape of these capture zones? So again, it's really just a standard practice of holding everything else constant so that we can look at how the change in one variable affects the answer or the prediction that you're concerned about. And in this case, that prediction is capture zone shape and size and position.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That is helpful. I'm starting to understand a little bit. This is complicated, but I've taken a lot of time. So let's try to get through the rest of your slides here so we can get to our break. So why don't you go forward to slide 17 now?
Okay, thank you. And I will, I don't have very many left. If we go on to slide 17, really, this is exactly the same conversation that we just had, only now what I'm depicting are the predicted capture zones as defined by particle tracks in layer 4, which for the 2016 and for the Weiss models was intended to represent the 180-foot aquifer. And in this case, you can see that the recharge to the dune sand aquifer has a pretty big effect, and actually it has a bigger effect on the capture zone and predicted capture zone in layer 4 than it does on the predicted capture zone in layer 2. So again, the same thing, each different gradients, the lower the gradient, the bigger the capture zone, the farther landward the capture zone can be expected to propagate. And then when you account for recharge, we see that the capture zone is likely to expand even farther landward and picking up areas of fresh water. So,
okay, yeah. Do you have? Should we move on, or is that?
Yes, sir. Let's move on.
Let's go ahead and move on to slide 18 then. I mean, and I do understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to gloss it over, but I just want to keep moving.
Yes.
Please, go ahead.
On slide number 18, I don't want to beat too much on this because you had this discussion with Ms. Nelson just previously. But here, what we're depicting are two different things. And you had asked about the difference between the capture zone and the drawdown, or the cone of depression. And I think Ms. Nelson effectively described why it's called a cone if it was a flat gradient. But here, the drawdown is the model's prediction of how groundwater levels will change. The change in groundwater level is predicted to occur over a much broader area than in which the change is sufficient enough to cause groundwater to change its path all the way to the wells. And that's what these graphics depict. Is they depict the drawdown footprint, which is the underlying colored contours relative to the predicted capture zone for the proposed slant wells by the different versions of the model that I've evaluated. In this case, the 2016 model on the left, Weiss, what he called his preferred model in the middle left, Weiss's version that he called the southern boundary model on the middle right, and then the 2022 model on the far right. There's a couple of things to point out here. The biggest takeaway I want to point out to you is that in all cases, the drawdown footprint is big. So pumping is expected to cause water levels to change by a half a foot or over a large area. And that area will be larger than the capture zone, which means that intuitively we can look at this and see that the drawdown is likely to cause seawater intrusion, additional seawater intrusion, because it's pulling the groundwater levels down further than they already are. And the existing seawater intrusion has been caused by a depression in groundwater levels. So, and I believe that's what Ms. Nelson talked quite a bit about, so I don't want to go back over all of that. But what I do say...
Can you just tell me what is the Weiss southern boundary scenario? What was the assumption or change in assumption for that?
And that's exactly what I was about to say, is that what we see is that on the first two, the southern boundary was defined as a no-flow boundary, which means that if you were to draw particle tracks, they couldn't flow across that boundary. And so drawdown is propagated out to that boundary. The water level has changed, but groundwater flow, it isn't inducing any flow across the boundary. The way Weiss configured the southern boundary model is he changed it from a no-flow boundary to a general head boundary, in which that's the technical way of saying that he is allowing in that configuration the possibility of flow to cross the boundary. And what that says, so he's not programming in flow across the boundary, he's just saying that it is now possible. And that's why the particle tracks, the drawdown footprint changes, especially at the very low predicted drawdowns, but the capture zone changes very appreciably. And now you can see particles, traveling out to that southern boundary, because in that model, it was possible for groundwater to flow across the boundary, and it in fact showed flow across the boundary. So that's why that capture zone is irregularly shaped and warped out there to the south and east. And the 2022 model, the configuration was effectively a constant head boundary. It was described as a general head boundary condition, but it was configured in such a way as the heads were constant. And what you can see there is that in this depiction, the drawdown is muted across that southern boundary. You can see the drawdown has a gradient. It goes up to close to zero, or goes to zero at the boundary, because that the way the 2022 model is designed, the head cannot change at the boundary, and therefore, of course, there can be no drawdown. So by necessity, the depiction of drawdown is zero at the southern boundary. So these reflect different design characteristics that impart, of course, their own influence on the predicted drawdown and the predicted capture zones.
Okay, so constant head boundary, I understand. What is the difference between that and a general head boundary?
In the general head boundary condition, what is allowed is essentially it's allowed to vary depending on the gradient or the heads that are simulated in the model.
At that boundary?
At the boundary to some extent. So essentially there's an assignment that provides a conductance that allows flow to move across the boundary. And of course, the amount of flow is dependent on how that boundary conductance term is defined, but essentially it allows that head to vary. And that's why you see some flow across that boundary and some ability for the boundary to fluctuate. In the 2022 model, it's defined using the general head boundary package, but that conductance value was set to, I believe, 40 million, which is a very high value, which kind of negates the general head, the physics of how the general head was set up to do. So it becomes, even though it's using the general head package, becomes a constant head boundary because of those conductance assignments. And you can see that there in that the head doesn't change under the pumping and no pumping configuration.
Okay, and I do apologize, but this just saves me questions down the road. But I was looking at the version of your third figure in your testimony, and which shows the particle tracking from the southern head. Why is it all concentrated at that one point on the southern boundary, as opposed to being on a broader front along the southern boundary?
For that, I'm not sure. I didn't really evaluate. I didn't have time to really go in and evaluate that. I would presume, again, that it is reflective of the way the way Weiss had set up that general head boundary assignment and the conductance assignments that were associated with it. So essentially, the way that was set up, it ended up meaning that flow was happening over a small portion of that boundary.
Okay, that's, yeah, and it's not fair for me to ask you these details about someone else's modeling, but I just thought you might know. But anyway, you can go ahead to slide 19, that's fine.
The last thing before I move on, I wanted to say about this is that I know I have said in my previous testimonies that the model is too small. And this is a depiction of why I say that. Very generally speaking, the boundary conditions, the assignments made at the boundaries can affect the prediction that you're been charged with rendering. And that's what you want as a modeler, you want to avoid. You don't want your simulation to be largely predicated on the assignments that made at the boundary. So we tend to want, or the practice would be to make the model so large such as those boundary assignments have little to no effect on the answer. So this is an example, I think, of why, particularly to the south, the model is not large enough. And also particularly if the question evolves away from simply a prediction of drawdown to a prediction of capture zones and interference of capture zones between the proposed wells and MCWD's wells.
Okay, why don't you go on to slide 19 now?
On slide 19, this is I just want to explain a little bit about these were provided in my previous testimonies. So people there have been multiple approaches to the calculation of OWP. My first thought, which I was actually surprised to not see more of, is that there very often we show lots of graphics about how a model predicts groundwater levels to be and groundwater flow patterns with the particle tracks. The model also always depicts a water budget for the model domain and how that water budget is affected by the different stresses that we add or that we plug into the model to test. And that's called a water budget analysis. It's something that I always do when I do our own models or when I evaluate models, is to look at and say, and ask the question to the model, where does the water come from? And then how did the sources of water change under the different scenarios or the different things that you're trying to simulate? So in this case, we can, and I did provide tracks of how all of the different features in the model, the different aquifers, the rivers, the aquatards, and things like that, how flow from or to those features differed under the pumping and non-pumping conditions. But of course, most importantly, I think the focus was on how much water comes from the ocean. And it turns out you can just ask that question from the model because of the way the model is designed. The model was designed such that there are constant heads used only to define the ocean. And so we can just query out those constant heads and look at how they change. And that was what was in my previous testimony, these water budget analyses, for which I assumed that 100% of the change, the induced flow from the ocean, would be to the wells. And if you make that assumption, then the model very clearly says how much the OWP is going to be on the first row of that water budget analysis table. And it says that for gradient 11, for the recharge model, for Weiss's recharge model, you get a 93% OWP. So the table on the top represents the recharge assessments from Weiss. The table on the bottom represents no recharge assessments from the 2016 version as it was configured by HydroFocus. And so we can just look at these different gradients and look at how the water budget analysis tells us the OWP is likely to vary. And so when we account for recharge, you can see that the OWP is likely to vary from 77 to 93%. When we don't account for recharge, the OWP is likely to range from 93 to 94% according to the model. And just as a note, the OWP would need to be greater than 97% if the amount of water from other sources other than the ocean was to be less than 500 acre-feet per year. So we can use that as a metric. But as a consequence of this review, if we go to the next slide.
And just so we're clear, these tables are all derived from the Weiss modeling work. Is that correct?
No, on these tables, the top.
Go back one slide, please.
The top table is from the Weiss models as well. It's the gradient 11, 7, and 4 are directly from the Weiss models as we received them from Weiss. The gradient 1 was a scenario that we created, my team and I created in order to simulate that gradient. Similarly, the gradient on the bottom, those were derived from the 2016 version of the model as received from HydroFocus.
Okay, derived from, does that mean you didn't make any changes to those?
I made changes at least to establish the gradient. I believe we made changes to, again, to create the gradient 0.001 set of analyses.
Okay, thank you. You can go on to the next slide. Thank you.
On the next slide, what we did is, this is a new work that actually we did since delivering the testimony. So in that testimony, I'd said that there were specific analyses that we had hoped to do, but had not completed as the time of the written testimony. So this work was completed very shortly after delivering that. What we did was that same water budget analysis, in this case for the steady state version of the 2022 model that I described that we created for our evaluation. We broke the coastline into 5 zones. So here you can see the North Marina groundwater model physical boundaries represented by the light black straight line. So it's kind of pieces of a box you can see. And then the line along the beach there is broken into 5 zones, where zone 3 was defined to cover the full extent of the capture zone as defined by particle tracking. Zones 2 and 4 occupy the first mile of the domain beyond the capture zone to the north and south. And then zones 1 and 5 represent the remainder of the model domain along the beach, the stells right along the beach, to the north and south. And then we can perform the same type of water budget analysis that I just described for the model as a whole, which was what the previous slide said. We can perform that, and did perform that water budget analysis for these 5 zones specifically, and we did it for several, for multiple layers, but I'm just going to talk here about layers 5, which is in the 2022 model. Layer 5 represents the 180-foot aquifer. And here, what we can see is that the model very explicitly says that there will be increased inflow from the ocean occurring in all 5 zones as a consequence of pumping. So to be clear, the way the water budget analyses are performed is you have the particular scenario that you're looking at, like in the previous slide, I showed the different gradients that we looked at. And then we run, for every one of those scenarios, we run the model with with one and only one change, which is the wells. They're either on or off. So if they're on at the specified pumping rate, of in this case, 15.5 million gallons per day. And when they're off, they're off. And then you export the water budget analysis, and then you make a subtraction, or you compare the two to see what changes. And in this case, what we see is that the question that we're asking is what changes in terms of the flow across these lines that are depicted on this map. And what we saw is that inflow from the ocean changes in all 5 zones when you turn the pumping wells on. So it means that the model simulates an inflow from the ocean in zones 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Zone 3, of course, is expected, and that's the simulated increase in inflow from the ocean that goes to the wells. But in zones 1, 2, 4, and 5, that would be inflow that travels into the aquifers outside of the capture zone. And here for scenario 3, which I believe is, in scenario 3, what we saw is that about 5.4% of the 15.5 million gallons per day, just used as a metric. So all 15.5 million goes to the wells, but by comparison, about 5.4% of that 15.5 million gallons per day also goes into the aquifers on the landward side. So we are inducing seawater intrusion. And for scenario 3, about 299, or about 300 acre feet per year of that will come in on the north side of the capture zone, and about 634 acre feet per year will come in on the south side. On scenario 6, which is intended to represent 50% reduction in pumping, and in the east, presumably the agricultural pumping that's causing the seawater intrusion, we still see large amounts of induced seawater intrusion, 236 acre feet per year on the north and 565 acre feet per year on the south. So the takeaway here is that the previous estimates that I had included in my testimonies are overstating OWP by about 5%. With recharge, therefore, we can expect the OWP to vary probably from somewhere on the order of 72% to 88%. Without recharge, we could expect the OWP to vary from 88 to 89%. And this is, again, using the various versions of the North Marina groundwater model to achieve these.
Okay, this is just so counterintuitive to me. I have to ask a couple of questions. The model budget, I assume, is basically a mass balance. So however much is being pumped by the slant wells, that water all has to come from somewhere.
That's right.
And you're saying that in scenario 3, 5.4 of that percent of that total pumped amount will flow from the ocean into at least some aquifer, I'm not sure which one, in zones 1, 2, 4, and 5. Is that correct?
Uh, I use the 15.5 or the percentage as a metric, and probably perhaps a poor metric. So I'm not saying that some percentage of the pumped water will flow into the aquifer. The pumped water will, of course, come to the pumped wells. And this is why it took us a while to run this analysis, because on balance, the only change that will occur, the mass balance sense of this, the only change that will occur is the change that you plug in. It will be the 15.5 million gallons per day. But if we go back to the whole model analysis and look at how the distribution of flows coming in across the various boundaries, in and out across the various boundaries, we can see that pumping affects the act of pumping affects that balance of flows. So in this case, what we had done before is just look at how that mass balance, what those distribution of how that distribution changes as a whole, and we had assumed that whatever the total model says, the total model water budget says occurs in terms of induced ocean flow from the ocean would flow to the wells. But when we look at it on a more detailed basis, we see that that it's actually inducing seawater intrusion in areas that won't be captured by the wells, but therefore must be made up for by changes in other portions of the model domain. So in other words, if you're assuming, or if the model says that 565 acre feet per year is going to come in to the area south of the capture zone, for example, then that's an increase in 565 acre feet per year in one area that must be made up for by a decrease in outflow of 565 acre feet per year in some other location of the model domain.
Yeah, that's what's so weird, because that water, if it goes in, again, you show it here going into the 180-foot aquifer. So does an equivalent amount of water have to go out of the 180-foot aquifer somewhere?
Yes. So
if the head doesn't change, I assume it would.
That's right. And since this is a steady state version, then yes, if we did the full budget analysis, what we would see is that if 565 acre feet are coming in, then 565 acre feet must be going out into another layer probably. So that can be occurring as a consequence of vertical flow into vertically adjacent layers, and which I know happens based on the full water budget analyses that we'd performed previously. And it could also be felt in terms of a net change in the amount of flow going across one of the external model boundaries.
Okay, so not into the capture zone, but goes out somewhere else.
That's right.
Oh, and you don't know, you haven't figured out where.
That's correct. I haven't done that.
Okay. I mean, it just, as I say, it's, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's just so counterintuitive that there'd be these effects so far from the capture zones. But you're basically saying if there's any drawdown, there's going to be some induced additional seawater intrusion.
Yeah, that's right. Because drawdown, so groundwater flow, if we go back to the basic groundwater flow equation, it's affected by hydraulic conductivity and gradient, right?
Yeah,
so Q, the flow is affected by those two things. When we cause drawdown, we change the gradient. So if the head in the ocean stays constant, according to the model and in the real world, and then we lower the groundwater levels inland, we're increasing the gradient and therefore inducing more flow to come across, or flow to come across faster.
Yeah, I understand. And even though it's a relatively small change in gradient, it's over a large
big
area. It causes these, at least the model says it causes these flows.
Yeah, and then and those gradient changes then affect the overall balance of flow as you would map it across all the model boundaries, both vertically and horizontally.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, why don't you go on? Let's try to wrap this up. I think everyone. This is very informative for me. I'm of course still learning and still have lots of questions. But why don't you go forward? Just have 3 more slides. So let's try to wrap this up.
Okay. The last going to the next slide.
We're on
Here-
slide 21 here.
And these, what I've done is I used, this is a conceptual model that was produced by Mr. Leffler in one of his testimonies, which I liked, and I just wanted to use it to show what I think I have seen in the various models that I've looked at, and just use these conceptual components to represent them. So if we start on the left, on the upper left corner, I'm just going to describe what's in this conceptual model and then very quickly show how they change or how they're different. So fundamentally, we can see the proposed slant wells, you know, and we can see the green lines depicting the capture of groundwater, either groundwater that's induced as recharge from the ocean or groundwater that's coming in as recharge from land, flowing to the wells. That's what the little green lines show. The red dashed line that kind of curves is representing the capture zone. Vertically, it's representing the capture zone for the wells, and therefore the separation or the divide between flow that goes to the wells, the proposed slant wells, and flow that goes in other directions. And then we can, the other key component here is the FOSVA. It's a little obscured by the purple potentiometric surface line, but the FOSVA is the aquitard that separates water in the dune sand aquifer above the FOSVA. This is where recharge would be occurring, and the source of fresh water entering into this portion of the world. And then the underlying 180-foot aquifer. And what this model is depicting, or this conceptual model is depicting, is flow westward out of the dune sand aquifer, flowing down into homogenizing with the 180-foot aquifer. The capture of some portion of that water by the proposed slant wells, and then the remainder of that water flowing into the 180-foot and then eastward towards in the landward direction, where in this case, you can, if you follow to the east, you see MCWD's wells that are screened in a combination of the 180 and 400-foot aquifer represented there. And then the other big component that is important here is the conceptually represented transition between seawater intruded portion of the aquifer, which is represented by they're called partially saline water. And on the right-hand side of the green dashed line is what I've relabeled, instead of more fresh, it would just be fresh, because that's water that's being captured by the Marina Coast Water District. And so the key things that have really been discussed conceptually here, and that I think are at issue: the position of the capture zone, the red vertical dashed line, relative to the different hydraulic changes in hydraulic conditions that have been simulated by the various models. And then what that change, how that change affects the amount of fresh water that is entering into the 180-foot aquifer, both the amount that is captured by the wells and therefore affects its OWP, and by the amount of that fresh water that is available to flow in the landward direction and contribute to what Ms. Vera, what Vera described as the protective freshwater heads, or the protective heads that are separating, creating the condition by which MCWD can pump fresh water, and then in an area that very close to it is affected by seawater intrusion. So essentially a reduction in head in the 180-foot aquifer, it is a reduction in that the divide that separates freshwater, the pocket of freshwater that MCWD is capitalizing on, from this portion of the aquifer that's seawater intruded. And the position of that seawater intrusion line, or that boundary between fresh and saltwater conditions or seawater conditions, is affected by the amount of fresh water. And you and Ms. Nelson had a discussion about that. But essentially, the less fresh water is able to enter that aquifer and recharge and contribute to the water conditions in the 180-foot aquifer, the further landward that transition zone is likely to migrate. The modeling that has been done to date is not capable of explicitly simulating the position of that transition zone because it's only simulating fresh water or water of a single density. But conceptually, this is kind of what's set up. And now we can look at, and what I've done is conceptually drawn depictions that are my interpretation of what the various models that I've talked about previously say, and trying to put them relative to the same conceptual picture. And on the left is the models that are simulating no recharge, or we can just say limited recharge. And then on the right, we have models that simulate recharge. So by looking at the comparison between the two, we can see what the effect of recharge is on these different things. And fundamentally, what we can see is that the red line, both under shallower hydraulic gradients, which goes from the top scenario, set A to set B, and as a consequence of recharge, the position of that capture zone is expected or can be expected to move landward, in which case it will capture more, the slant wells will capture more of the available fresh water that's coming off of the dune sand aquifer, and therefore leave less fresh water available to travel in the landward direction in the 180-foot aquifer, causing, which is what the little green arrows on the green dashed line represent, effectively causing the or increasing the probability that the saltwater interface, the interface between freshwater and saltwater conditions, will migrate in the landward direction. And if we go on to the last, or to slide 22.
Okay, slide 22.
This just carries the same depictions further out in terms of hydraulic gradient. So the flatter the gradient, the larger the capture zone is likely to be. And conceptually, we see that it's just going to take more of that fresh water, and therefore the propensity of the transition zone between saltwater and freshwater conditions is you increase the propensity of that transition zone to migrate eastward, where it can become very substantial or very impactful to MCWD. So from my perspective, and this just sums it up, is that impact to MCWD will be expressed in the form of drawdown and a reduction in that, however you want to think of it, a reduction in that protective head, the divide that separates freshwater from saltwater conditions, and the position of the saltwater freshwater interface, for which all the maps that have been shared so far demonstrate that MCWD's wells are already close to that boundary between saltwater and freshwater conditions. So that, to me, or from my perspective, that is the definition of harm, is the lowering of the head and increasing the probability that those wells will be impacted. And that's really, if we go to the last slide, it's just a restatement of the initial findings or the summary findings. So I don't have any need to restate those.
No, I think it's all pretty clear. So thank you. So, and thank you, Dr. Kincaid. Overall, this took a lot longer than expected. Although frankly, a lot of it was because of my questions. I'll be the first to admit it. So let's do this. Whoops. I only have one screen which has both my camera and my display, so it sort of shifts back and forth. We can go ahead and take if I can ask my staff, you can go ahead and take the share, there we go, screen share down. Let's talk about schedule. Our next step is going to be cross-examination that's a panel of Ms. Nelson and Dr. Kincaid. And I plan to first have City of Marina go forward with cross-examination, which I assume will be largely friendly and hopefully not very time-consuming. I'll just ask you, Mr. Spalding, do you have any, first of all, are you going to do any cross-examination of these witnesses? You don't have to, but if you are, what's your time estimate?
We are not planning to cross
Okay.
examine the
Well,
panel.
that makes your time estimate 0. So thank you. And I'll just ask Mr. Newdecker, are you planning to do any cross-ex of these witnesses?
I am not.
Okay. I'm just writing this down, so we'll go forward. So that'll help our time schedule. And I obviously I'm sure Cal-Am will be wanting to cross-examine these witnesses. And I was checking my pre-hearing conference order from October 21st. And what I had listed there was an estimate of 2 hours for cross-examination by Cal-Am's attorneys. I don't want this to go on forever. On the other hand, Mr. Osias correctly pointed out that there's some new slides, and they largely are from the prior testimony, although there were a couple of new slides, particularly a couple of those last ones were new. I will admit, or I agree with that. But it's largely from the previous testimony, 3 rounds of testimony, written proposed testimony that these 2 witnesses submitted. So having said that, first of all, who's going to be doing the cross-examination of these witnesses for Cal-Am?
Mr. Lilly, this is Mr. Osias, just so you can find my.
I see you now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will be doing the cross-examination of Dr. Kincaid, and my colleague, Mr. Moore, will be doing the cross-examination of Ms. Nelson. I also wanted to inform you that in order to accommodate the schedules for the witnesses, their depositions were not able to be taken until Thursday and Friday of last week, and we did not get depo transcripts until Monday of this week. And I appreciate that in your October 21 order, for example, our cross-examination of the witnesses for that phase, you had established the time limits, and then frankly, you were accommodating given some of the issues that arose with Dr. Ash to allow me to go beyond that. But it did start with a admonition that the time limits below were for that phase. That doesn't mean 2 hours isn't a reasonable guess on our part, but we didn't actually know.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It does say that. I stand corrected. So you're right. Anyway, so go
Okay,
ahead.
so
long way of saying or introduction. So what are your time estimates for what you
so
would like?
my request would be to start tomorrow morning with cross-examination, and we would be finished with both witnesses by lunch. That would hopefully allow your staff and you the whole afternoon for any of your questions. And I recognize some perhaps were answered today, but cross might prompt others. And then maybe if there's redirect, we'd be done at the end of Thursday, and we might all get a Friday back, or if not, we certainly will not go beyond Friday. I will remind you, only because reminders are sometimes helpful, that when deposition schedules prevented adequate preparation time, a postponement of the start of the cross-examination was accommodated before for the district and the city. So our request would be to start first thing tomorrow morning, be done with cross by lunch, and proceed in that fashion.
So you think you can finish it in 3 hours?
I would hope so. Maybe.
Well, assuming we start at 9 and lunch is at 12. That's
Yeah, so now this is going to alarm you and probably Dr. Kincaid, who I spent a whole day with on Friday, but I had 4 hours in my head. And obviously your math is right. It's only 3. So I was hoping to be able to get for our team 4 hours.
Okay.
So I apologize for that. That's the problem with my doing math.
And that's the total of you and Mr. Moore for cross-ex of both witnesses. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. So there is a little glitch here. And that is I have to take a break from 10 to 11 tomorrow morning. I have some mandatory training. I won't go into details, but the State Water Board does require training, and I'm stuck with that for an hour. It's by video, so I'm sure it'll be done in an hour, but I have to take that, which is going to break up the morning. So having said that, I really would like to get started with the cross-ex this afternoon. I'm hoping that, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I know how it is to try to organize everything. But I would like to cover, I mean, we have a fair amount of time here still today. I mean, it's 1:15 roughly now, and I certainly will give a break of it, well over an hour, somewhat over an hour. But I just hate to waste or give up a whole afternoon. So I'd like to get in about 2 hours of cross-ex this afternoon with the understanding you won't finish. And considering what's been covered, and I did give these two witnesses some leeway on their summaries. And of course, I asked a lot of questions. So I'm okay with your estimate of 4 hours total, if you really can stick to it. I hope it won't take longer than that. But I would like to start it today, just because I just know how these things go. They never go faster than expected, and they usually go slower than expected or take more time than expected. So is that going to be a problem? I mean, you'll have some time to get organized, and I propose we go roughly from 2:30 to 4:30 today, and hopefully cover a fair amount, so that then we can fit in your remaining 2 hours tomorrow, probably 9 to 10, and then 11 to 12-ish. So it's a little disjointed, although, we're all getting pretty darn familiar with the facts of this case. So I think we can do that. So unless you or Mr. Moore has a strong objection to that, that's the way I would like to proceed today and tomorrow.
Mr. Lilly, if I could.
Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
I have a strong objection. I mean, it's just because we didn't get the documents, we didn't get the transcript till very late, and it's nobody's fault, but very late. Now, given the nature today of the testimony, I think we would appreciate a little more time.
Mr. Lilly, can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Brochard.
I think you'll recall.
You're going to dive into this morass, but go ahead.
I'm going to be very brief. I think you'll recall that Marina Coast was forced to do depositions the day before and the day of the hearing last time. So
I do remember that.
They finished their depositions within the time frame that was allowed. So I don't think that's a reason to postpone anything. Also, we cross-examined all three of their experts. I think you gave us 2 hours and told us if we were doing good, that for good cause, we could go over to get additional time, and we got 3 hours. They're now crossing less witnesses, and they're going to get, it sounds like, twice as much time. At the very least, I think we can start today.
Yeah, I just can't have complete parity here. It's just not the way it works. But I understand what you're saying. So I just hate to give up all afternoon today. Mr. Osias, are you in a position to start? I mean, if I tell you you have to, will you be able to start with the cross-examination of Dr. Kincaid? I don't know which one of you wants to go first, but it sounds like Mr. Moore doesn't want to go. Can you start with that today?
So, if I take your preamble at face value, which is you tell me I have to, I'm not sure I have any response allowed other than yes. So that's a little bit of a tough question that you asked. If you said, would I be better organized, more efficient, perhaps more both efficient from both information and clock management?
I know.
The answer would be I'd strongly prefer to start in the morning. If you're looking for a middle ground, maybe you're not. And I'm mindful of how you asked your question, so I'm treading lightly.
Go ahead and tell me your middle ground.
If you can give us another hour for lunch, so I can use some of that time, I could do an hour of Dr. Kincaid. We had thought, I'll be candid also, we had thought you had set the witness sequence as they went this morning. We thought we'd do our cross in that sequence. So I need to also confer with Mr. Moore because he was going to go first. But since you're asking me,
Well,
I could probably get an hour in this afternoon if you give me some extra time to get ready.
okay, and I'm not. It's going to be a panel, and I'll give you the flexibility to decide which one of you wants to go first and which witness you want to go first. I'm not a real judge. This isn't a real court, but I can tell you from my experience, if this were a real court with a real judge, there are very few judges who would just take the whole afternoon off under these circumstances. But Mr. Wilkins, your hand went up. What do you want to say about all this?
Oh, I just wanted to confirm it was a panel and you answered that question, so.
Oh, your hand went down. Okay. All right, so let's do this. I'm going to follow the middle ground, Mr. Osias. I just really don't want to give up this whole afternoon, particularly with the unfortunate gap I have tomorrow. Now, of course, we can go between 12 and 1 to make up for that to some extent, but it's going to be a gap. We'll start at 9. We'll go 9 to 10 tomorrow, and then start again around 11. But let's reconvene at 3 today. I'll leave it to you and Mr. Moore to decide who wants to start. Both witnesses will be available there. And I definitely did want to do that because there's a fair amount of overlap. They clearly respect each other and they were cross-referencing one another. So I think it's very likely that for one or more questions that you ask of one witness, he or she may say, the other witness is really in a much better position to answer that question. And that's why we do panels. And frankly, I'd rather have the most qualified witness answer any question because that gets us to the best information. So if there's no further discussion of this, let's plan to come back at 3 o'clock today, this afternoon, and we'll go roughly until about 4:30. And please, Mr. Moore and Mr. Osias, try to be efficient. I mean, let me say something else on the being efficient part, which I have not covered yet, but it's going to make a big difference on this. And I've said this before, if there are points your own witnesses can make better than you can make trying to extract some concession out of a witness through cross-examination, that's a lot more effective. And that very often is the case with this technical information, just for, regardless of who the witnesses are. So there is the question, which is still unresolved, as to whether we're going to allow additional rebuttal. And I just want to tell you, it's pretty clear from my questions today, I have some real questions about some of the CalAm modeling, and I'm sure CalAm's witnesses have responses, and I want to hear those for sure. We can't just stop at this point with these critiques made of the 2022 modeling work. I need to hear CalAm's responses. But having said that, my inclination is not to just go through with another round of testimony, because then I'll get another 50 pages of written testimony and a bunch of exhibits, and it won't be very focused. And then inevitably Marina Coast will say they want to respond to that, and you'll keep doing that forever. So my plan is, as I alluded to before, when we're done, we'll go through Dr. Trudell's testimony next week, but then it's to ask for CalAm for a succinct offer of proof. Here are the points we want our witnesses to have a chance to make, and I'll give you some time to do that, at least a few weeks. And then we have some hearing dates reserved in January, and my plan is to ask all the witnesses, all the technical expert witnesses, to be available as a panel. And at least in the first instance, my staff and I will ask those questions, based on our questions, and we have some already, plus questions that emanate from the offer approved from Cal-Am. And we'll ask Cal-Am to explain and maybe, and perhaps just do a back and forth at that time so we can hopefully get this thing resolved. But I just wanted to tell you, Mr. Osias and Mr. Moore, I wanted to tell you that now because I don't want you to think you have to try to extract concessions out of these witnesses on points that your own witnesses can much more effectively just say, well, you know, witness X from Marina Coast said this, I disagree, here's why. That can often be done far more effectively than you trying to get witness X to concede that, well, this, you know, whatever, assumption isn't right, or this result doesn't follow, or so forth. So I want to tell you that now, because I think that may affect your cross-examination preparation and hopefully make it more efficient. So
Absolutely, and thank you. And
Thank you.
I'm wondering if it arises and is easy to do, if we start a line of questioning, get an answer, and then just, would it be helpful to you to identify right then? This is a topic where we think, you know, Mr. Durbin would address directly, and I could then move on.
You know, we don't have a jury. We can be a little informal with process, but absolutely that would be helpful.
Okay.
And then, you know, and my staff and I will try to take notes and we'll try to prepare our list of questions. But I'm sure there are going to be a lot of times where it's going to be far more efficient and frankly more informative for me if your witness says, here's my response.
Right.
And then, you know, and we'll see if the MCWD and potentially City of Marina witnesses want to respond too. You know, hopefully we can reach closure in one hearing by that process. But yes, thank you, Mr. Osias. That would be, I think, very helpful and very efficient.
Thank you.
So, okay, so let's plan anything else for this after this now first session, which is,
you know, maybe so you can think about it, Mr. Lilly. I'll just pose it as the question that I think all of us have, which is your original schedule had December 19th for our concluding briefs. I don't think any of us think that that's the date. I see Mr. Brochard smiling, so I hope that means he agrees with me.
There's one of very few things you agree on in this proceeding, but that one I'm sure you do agree on.
And so if you'll think about when that date should be, we would all be interested in it.
Yeah, and we'll have time to talk about this, you know, probably next week. I told you before that I do plan to ask for proposed draft reports from each, hopefully one from Marina Coast and City of Marina jointly, and another from Cal-Am, and if CEMEX if possible. So I only have two. I mean, that's what I ultimately want is Word files, so that then I can cut and paste and edit those into our draft report, which of course will circulate to you for your review and comments. But that is my plan. I'm going to try to hammer out an outline of the topics I think need to be covered. Frankly, I think you know what issues 1 through 8 are that I'm going to want to have covered, because obviously that's going to be the court's issues. But I will have an outline for some of the background information that I think should be covered in those. So we'll do that, and then related closing briefs if you want to say, well, you know, here's what I put in my proposed, what do you call it, draft report, but here's the point I want to make about that. I don't think one or the other is sufficient by itself, but I think both can be a good package. So that is my plan, but it certainly won't be, and I may not wait until the January hearing, or at least I want to get you started on that, because I don't want to have 2 more months after the January hearing for that process to start. So we may have to do a little bit of parallel work on that and the prep for January, but that is my plan going forward. I'll certainly be glad to receive input. You don't have to give it now, but I'll let you know that that's my plan, which I think will be the most efficient way going forward.
Thank you. So,
okay. So thank you all. I appreciate your professionalism and patience with me and my schedule issues. So just as a reminder, you totally log off from this is still our morning session, even though it's gone over, and then log back on using the same login information just before 3 o'clock. We'll get started with a cross-ex. I hope we can cover a fair amount of ground so we can, in fact, finish it by I'll say lunchtime-ish tomorrow, the cross-ex, and then we'll follow up with our questions. I've been able to cover a lot of my topics, so I won't have as many questions as I previously had. So with that, we'll sign off. I'll see you all at 3 p.m. today.